The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, we'll chat with Josh Pasco, Jim Stonehouse, Adam Castle, and Sarah Blanchard. Head on over to the YouTube channel and click that subscribe button to get notified when we go live next. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. Momentarily, like right now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the program this evening. It is 7 o'clock-ish on Monday, in day number 8,432,397. Hey, Mr. Kevin Renaud. Working from Twitch already. Woo! Fast on that Twitch draw. It's almost like you've got a twitchy trigger finger. I'm really tired. So it's warmed up considerably, which is good news for a lot of people, but not good news for me. I totally fall apart when it starts to get warm outside. And our wall-mounted air conditioner in the house is not working. So we have a little tiny window box air conditioner that's working overtime, trying to cool, but it's not doing a very good job. So, although I will say this, in the studio here, there is an air conditioner in the studio. It is glorious in here. It is so cool. I may be sleeping out here. This is definitely sounds like a plan to me. Well, we've got a whole bunch of people we're going to be talking to on the program today. We got Josh Pasco, we got Jim Stonehouse, Adam Castle, and Sarah Blanchard. Those are the guest chats we have on. And then we've got our usual, I'm going to try and make some music from the things that you guys leave in the video comments. So if there's something in particular that you would like to hear, please let me know what it is, and I will do everything in my power to play it properly. Mr. Kevin Renaud had his tired too. He had to head back into work today. I feel for you. I didn't, but I feel for you. Hey, Shelly Martinico. Well, let's do this one for kicks. Wind blows hard against this mountainside, across the sea into my soul, reaches into where I cannot hide, stretching my feet toward the road. My heart is old, it holds my memory. My body burns a gem like flame between the soul and soft machine. It's where I find myself again. When I was young, I dreamed of growing old. Dreamed of what my life would be. Would I have traveled down my chosen road? Only wished that I could be. Curious lays down the road that I must travel. Darkness of the night. Curious lays where I'm going, will you follow? Curious lays through the darkness of the night. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Yes, I'm sure you can just feel the energy pouring off me today. Oh my goodness, I'm so tired. We got some new music as well. We got some new music from Tara Watts. We got some new music from Derek Kenny. We got some new music from Josh Gadet. We're going to play some of those things as well when we get in here. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Adam. Yes, I will see you in a couple of hours. Unless I fall asleep before then. Because I'm so tired. Hey, Lana Frost. Yeah, let's do this one. We'll do it on piano. It's a nice tune. Sometimes I put a beat behind it. Sometimes I don't. I think this is going to be one of those times that I don't. Just because it speaks volumes just in and of itself. And it's so purty. It's so very purty. Church doors thrown open, I can hear the organ song. The congregation's gone. My city of ruins, my city of ruins. The sweet veils of mercy drift through evening trees, young men on the corner like scattered leaves. Boarded up windows, the empty streets, while my brother's down on his knees. My city of ruins, my city of ruins. Rise on the pillow, darling, where we slept. You took my heart when you left. Without your sweet kiss, my soul is lost, my friend. Now tell me, how do I begin again? My city's in ruins. My city's in ruins. With these hands, with these hands, with these hands, with these hands, I pray, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, pray for the strength, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, pray for the faith, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, pray for your love, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, pray for the lost, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, pray for the world, Lord, with these hands, with these hands. Come on, rise up, come on, rise up, come on, rise up, come on, rise up, come on, rise up. Oh, it's going to be a rough night. It's going to be a rough night, fam. Yikes. Alrighty, well, let's just keep going. I do not know Sweet Melissa, unfortunately, Shelley, but thank you for the offer. Somebody asked for this one on Jam Night, and we didn't get around to it, which is a shame. I'm not sure why we did. I think we just overlooked it because there were so many songs that came up in the queue. Let's see if we can't. See if we can't do it now. People smile and tell me I'm the lucky one. We've just begun. Think I'm gonna have a son. He will be like she and me, free as a dove, conceived in love. The sun is gonna shine above. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey, and everything will bring a chain of love. In the morning when I rise, bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything gonna be alright. Seems as though a month ago I was beta child. I never got high. Oh, I was a sorry guy. Now I smile and face a girl that shares my name. Now I'm through with the game. This boy will never be the same. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey, and everything will bring a chain of love. is a very good sign. Strong and kind, and the little boy's mine. Now I see a family where there once was none. Now we've just begun. Yeah, we're gonna fly to the sun. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey, and everything will bring a chain of love. In the morning when I rise, bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything's gonna be alright. Love the girl who holds the world in a paper cup. Drink it up. Love her and she'll bring you luck. If she finds she helps your mind, buddy, take her home. Don't you live alone. Try to earn what lovers own. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey, and everything will bring a chain of love. In the morning when I rise, you bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything's gonna be alright. Yeah, it's be alright. Yeah, Little Loggins and Messina. Never killed nobody. Beep-a-doop-doop-doo. Well, let's see. Well, I mentioned Derek Kenny. When I mentioned Derek Kenny, this song immediately comes to mind. This is one of those songs that he and I trade off each other all the time. Such a good tune, though. Such a great song of desperation. Speaking of desperation, the characters in the song, they just make it work. And that's the theme for tonight's show, Make It Work Monday. I realized I forgot to do this at the beginning. That's how sleep-addled my brain is right now. Yeah, Make It Work Monday. You know, that's just it. Make it work. We're all stuck in this together. And the only thing we can do is make it work. Pretty simple. Well, they blew up Chicken Man in Philly last night, and now they blew up his house too. Down on the boardwalk, they're getting ready for a hell of a fight. Gonna see what the Rocky Boys can do. Now there's trouble bustling in from out of state, and the DA can't get no relief. Gonna be a rumble out on the promenade, and the gambling commission's hanging on by the skin of his teeth. And
Everything dies, baby, that's a fact. Baby, everything that dies someday comes back. Put your makeup on, fix your hair up pretty. Meet me tonight in Atlantic City. Well, I got a job, try to put my money away, but I got debts that no honest man can pay. So I drew what I had from the Central Trust, and I bought us 2 tickets on that Coast City bus. Everything dies, baby, that's a fact. Baby, everything that dies someday comes back. Put your makeup on, fix your hair up pretty. Meet me tonight in Atlantic City. Now our luck may have died and our love may be cold, but with you forever I'll stay. Gonna wear the shams, turn to golden. Put on your stockings, baby, 'cause the night's getting cold. And maybe everything dies, baby, that's a fact. Maybe everything that dies someday comes back. Now I've been looking for a job, but it's hard to find. Down here it's just winners and losers, and don't get caught on the wrong side of that line. Well, I'm tired of coming out on the losing end. So honey, last night I met this guy, I'm gonna do a little favor for him. Well, now everything dies, baby, that's a fact. Maybe everything that dies someday comes back. Put your makeup on and fix your hair up pretty. Meet me tonight in Atlantic City. Meet me tonight in Atlantic City.
All right. Well, we had a request from a little guy. How can we say no to a little guy? Let's see if we can get this song going. All right, there's the first part. So we can get this part going. That's close enough. Okay, so let's try it here. Let's not do that chord. Well, apart from that middle part, it's pretty good. Just that one part. Can we live with it? I think we can live with it. Here come Johnny singing oldies goldies, Papa Luba, baby, what I say. Here comes Johnny singing, I got a woman down in the tunnel trying to make it pay. He got the action, he got the motion, oh yeah, the boy can play. Dedication, devotion, he's turning all the nighttime into the day. You do the song about the sweet love of woman, you do the song about the night, and you do the walk. The walk of life, yeah, you do the walk of life. Woohoo! Here come Johnny, gonna tell you the story. Hand me down my walking shoes. Here come Johnny with the power and the glory. Backbeat, talking blues. He got the action, he got the motion. Oh yeah, the boy can play. Dedication, devotion. He's turning all the nighttime into the day. You do the song about the sweet love of woman. You do the song about the night, and you do the walk. You do the walk of life. Yeah, you do the walk of life. Woohoo! Woohoo! Here come Johnny singing oldies goldies. You papa Luba, baby, what I say. Here come Johnny singing, I got a woman down in the tunnel trying to make it pay. He got the action, he got the motion. Oh yeah, the boy can play. Dedication, devotion. He's turning all the nighttime into the day. And after all the violence and double talk, it's just a song about the struggle and the strife. And we do the walk. You do the walk of life. Yeah, you do the walk of life. Woohoo! Woohoo! All right. For the little guy. Nothing like a little Dire Straits before bedtime. I cannot articulate enough how I wish it was my bedtime right now. But no rest for the wicked. Let's get our first guest on the phone. I keep calling it the phone because I grew up in that age where you could only call into radio shows. It's not really a phone. Stephanie Drazik, any chance you could do the living years? Yeah, absolutely. In the living years, we can totally do it. All right, we are going to accept this call. And then very briefly, we are going to take it off of the keyboard cam. So he gets to see my face. There we go. I got the wave. He's not over yet. He's not live yet. We got him over there. So let's bring him over, see if we can say hello. Josh, are you there?
I'm there. Can you hear me?
Sure, I sure can. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good. The first and most important question is that you and those around you, everybody's happy and healthy and okay?
Yeah, everybody's doing good. We've been taking this pretty serious just because there's some people around us that are high risk, some family members, that are up in age and whatnot like that. So we're just trying to do our part to be as safe as possible.
Yeah.
So I hope you and yours are healthy as well.
Thank you for asking. We are indeed. For those of you who have been tuning into the program or know me, our oldest daughter suffers from a chronic respiratory illness. So yeah, for us too, it's been on pretty permanent lockdown since this whole thing started. So yeah, poor thing. She's unfortunately been self-isolating in her room for about 3 months now. So
oh no, it's this is like unprecedented times, right? It's like I don't know.
We were talking about the other day, and we decided that our children's children are going to be reading about this time in school in history books, and they're going to be talking to us about it like we talked to our grandparents about the Great War.
Yeah, it's true, right?
It's so weird.
Yeah.
Well, tell me.
I feel like I don't know. The numbers have stayed down relatively well, so I feel like we're doing well as a country. I guess like people are taking it pretty serious. I don't know. You see some photos in Toronto from just this past weekend that are kind of alarming, but I don't know. Like I feel like around here, because I live in the county, right? So there's nobody around us. It's few and far between when you see people, and most people are being really cautious and courteous. So
yeah. I think you're going to see that's pretty much the case. In the larger urban centers, and now that the weather started to warm up, you're going to see people that just cannot wait anymore, and they want to go outside. Yeah. But unfortunately, we've seen it now every single time that one of these big openings happens like this. The cases of the positive cases go through the roof, and unfortunately, we're seeing that in Toronto. So that's not so good.
Yeah, we're not out of the dark yet, for sure.
No, not at all. And I see you have a rack of guitars behind you, so I'm just going to go ahead and ask this question before Jocelyn gets the opportunity to ask it in front of me, and that is, do you have a favorite one, and does it have a name?
Well, I wouldn't say that I have a favorite guitar on this rack. My favorite guitar is upstairs. It doesn't really have a name, but I guess the most I don't know, the one that we usually play the most and has been around the longest is Katie's Epiphone Jumbo up there. And what have you been calling that for years, Finn? That guitar? Yeah, it's like Big Beauty or something like that. Like we
Nice.
don't usually put namesakes on our guitars. It's always just like, what does it look like? I guess is how we do it. But the one I play most is probably just behind the Dreamcatcher is a DC 1XE Martin acoustic. So it's got the like plastic back on it.
Yeah.
It's like
Like
wood like fiber, and then the spruce top. But that's been my Road Warrior for a long time. But
yeah, it reminds me of the Ovation guitars where they had that rounded back, the plastic shell.
Yeah. There's actually one of those up there too, the blue one.
Okay,
Is,
yeah.
an Ovation. So that one's just like pure plastic. And then we had a friend, local artist, Evan Shador, painted the front of it. So it's got like a skull with like fresh breath coming out of it and
Nice.
roses on it and stuff. So yeah.
Have you?
But yeah, those guitars are like bulletproof too. You can play them in any type of weather, and you don't get any kind of neck variants or anything like that. So it's good.
Have you tried the ones that are all carbon fiber? I think it's called Rain Song or something like that. I know Chris McLean has one. He said,
Yeah, Chris, he boasts about that guitar, man. He says he doesn't have any issues, no matter what temperature it is, and it's super light. But I've never actually played one. I don't know what they feel like. But
yeah, it's weird. He says he can go from like outside at a campfire and walk inside and just keep playing, and there's no retuning of anything needed. It's ridiculous.
yeah, that's crazy.
It's voodoo. That's all it is. It's
Yeah.
witchcraft.
Yeah, that's nuts, and it sounds good too, especially in the electronics in it are really nice. Like it
Yeah.
sounds great. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
Well, and he's also sort of a master player, so pretty much I think anything he's going to play is going to sound.
It's
it's
gonna
gonna
sound good.
pretty
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about Fresh Breath for those of us who aren't aware of what you guys do. Tell us a little bit about how it got started and what you do and so on and so forth.
Okay, well, Fresh Breath is an ongoing band for Katie and I. My wife and I, we met out of high school. We both were learning guitar. We would show up at the same parties with a guitar, and we didn't even really know each other, but we gravitated towards each other. So we started writing and playing music before we ever started dating, or we're now married. But this was like, I don't know, 15 years ago, 16 years ago. And then we brought in different musicians throughout the years. We've had like a 5-piece band, a 6-piece band, and then now we're back to a duo, and we're touring around, trying to play as many instruments as we can with just the two of us, just
Right.
to try and keep it interesting. So Katie plays the flute and guitar, and I play guitar and keys. And this year, for the tours we had set up this year, I was bringing in a one of those Roland Stomp pedals. So like sound like you can get a bunch of different sounds, but it's like carrying around a kick drum without carrying around a kick drum.
Right.
But but yeah, so that's what we've been up to for years now. We don't really stray too far from it.
Now, what is the challenge on keeping a band together? Because I've done the same thing. I've had quite a few original projects where I assemble some musicians together and everything looks like it's going great, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're all going to leave and do our own thing now.
Yeah, I don't know. We've had like I said, we've had like 2 or 3 groups of guys that we've surrounded ourselves with. The initial group, we went as like the Fresh Breath band, because Katie and I have been Fresh Breath forever, and we're like, oh, now we have a band, and it just kind of like came together. But we were together for, I don't know, 3.5 years, and yeah, like we did well. We were up and back to Toronto quite a bit. We released 2 EPs, and we're ready to set out a 3rd one. And then just we weren't getting any younger. And not that we were old at that point at all, but like a few people just saw that we were doing well and didn't want that for their lives,
Right.
which was something that I don't even comprehend. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, well, we're doing well. Like, what do you mean? But so like, and we have to respect that. So like, people have left on means of like, I don't want this for my life. I don't want to be living in a van and trying to make this happen. Like, I want more of a structured lifestyle. And so that's one of the reasons we've had a band split up. We've had a next group of bands split up just because everybody was full-time musicians. And then you don't have enough time to dedicate to one project
Yeah.
to be as tight as you need to be for something like that to work.
Yeah.
So we've had things like that. And again, it's all amicable. Like we're still in contact with everybody we've ever played with. It's not like things were like some crazy Motley Crue situation where like
No.
everybody hates each other on stage. It's like, it's always just been, people were going different ways, and it gets tiresome trying to make something happen
Yeah.
that just clearly isn't going to work. And which is a reason why Katie and I we're just doing it, the two of us, because we're in this and we know we both are, and it's easy to get together to rehearse
Yeah.
because we live in the same house. So yeah, and like we just treat it as if we're in a band together, but we're also married. So like,
Yeah.
one of the only things we fight about is music, but we keep it as separate as possible so it doesn't bleed into your own life. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
that kind of raises the interesting question, and I've talked about it with a couple of friends of mine who happen to have spouses in their bands, and how do you guys How do you guys make that work when, you know, you're together all the time anyway? Now you're together all the time when you're performing. There is a real chance of that kind of real world animosity at times. Maybe somebody didn't put their clothes away properly, or somebody didn't clean up after themselves. Now it's gig time and it's been simmering there beneath the surface, and somebody sings a song that sort of suggests something that, you know, and now all of a sudden how do you guys kind of bypass that?
Yeah, well, like really and truly, it makes our marriage stronger, because you can't have anything underlying like that, or else it will rear its ugly head. Like there's no getting around it. You know what I mean? Like if you have something going on in the personal side of it, like, and you don't deal with it after one or two shows, the third show something's gonna pop. You know what I mean? So you just have to. You can't let it happen. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like if, just like anything else, if you, even in a band with other people, if you're feeling like you're not being respected or you're not being utilized and you don't say anything, you know what I mean? Then 5 or 6 months down the road, you're going to be so pissed you just leave, and everybody's not going to know why. Yeah. So I feel like it allows us to be even more open and honest in our marriage, so that when we're working, that there's no chance of something like that happening. Yeah. Because nobody wants to hire the husband and wife duo that get into maritals on stage. It dries up your work quick, I think. Yeah. So so like I said, it just kind of makes us even stronger together.
Either that, or you write, you know, quite possibly your greatest album vis-a-vis the Fleetwood Mac Rumors era, and
and then it
it all just implodes. It all goes downhill. But you know, being in the fact that you're able to flip between a duo situation into more of a full band thing, I mean, that can kind of bring a little bit of freedom as well, right? Because you're not necessarily locked into a particular format. You can vary the size of the show to go to different venues.
Yeah, totally. Like we have a group of 3 guys right now that like we played a few shows last year with, and then we did a big tour, just the 2 of us. We came back, and like we haven't jammed any of the new stuff that we're releasing with them, but I know that it would take a couple rehearsals and we'd be right back to where we need to be. So like we've been calling on Brett Humber, who produces us. He's a phenomenal guitar player and just an excellent human being to be around. So he comes in and plays guitar for us. Daryl Litster will sit in on bass, which I'm sure you know Daryl. Yep. And Aaron Bell, sorry, I just had a mind blank. Aaron Bell has been sitting in on drums with us, and like it's funny, like when we live in the county, and it's kind of hard to get together with musicians. People are from Windsor, people are from other parts of the county. And Aaron lives around the corner from us. So, and we've known him, like, about him through other friends for, like, the last 25 years of my life. And then all of a sudden, with, like, the last album we put out, we started talking. And I'm like, oh, he lives around the corner from us. Like, and we're, like, when you live in the middle of nowhere, it's kind of the freak thing. Yeah. So, like, I can drive a golf cart, like, to his house, which is, like, unreal around here. Yeah. So he's been sitting in with us, but again, like when we tour, it's just the 2 of us, because it's just so much easier to try and make money while you're touring. Also, you're not trying to feed 5 people, you know, so but it's definitely nice to crank it up and have the full band behind us when we get the chance to. Absolutely. But like I said, like it's any kind of touring we want to do, it's just not in the cards right now. So
Who does the majority of the writing when you guys are writing your songs? Is it a collaborative thing, and how important is it for your ideologies to kind of line up together, like in order that you have to be singing about and playing about relatively the same thing, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. We write almost exclusively together, but every once in a while I'll bring a song that I've been working on, or Katie will bring a song that she's been working on. But for the most part, a lot of the writing that we do, we just go into it with either, like a lot of the times I'll bring the instrumental aspect to it, and then Katie will write, oh, I got a little notification there. Katie will write the lyrics, and then we'll work on the melodies together, and then we'll put in our 2 cents. But a lot of the times when we actually sit down to pen a song together, it seems like it's kind of like a problem solution type of writing, where Katie is very good lyrically and melodically about writing verse lines, and then it's almost like I answer with the answer chorus. So we try and write that way. But yeah, like the only thing, like I said, the only thing we argue about is music. So like we can definitely get heated about where we want directions of songs and like, but it's always for the greater good of the song. Like I don't know if this is a direct quote from Brett, but he's always said it to us. He said the most important person in the room is the song.
Yeah.
So regardless of what you play or who's writing or who's singing, the most important person in the room is the song. So we try and move forward with that all the time. Like, what's best for the song? Yeah, you may be adamant about what you want right now because you feel like that's the best, and I may want this, but what's the best for the song?
Right.
So that's, we kind of go into it with that mindset, and so like we keep pumping them out. I don't know. We just did 2 singles this month, and so yeah, we're still just writing like crazy and being locked in our house. I was telling Katie just I don't know 20 minutes before he called. Like I feel like we're lucky because as artists, whether you sculpt or you paint or you write music or play music, ow! We just got a puppy too, so sorry. but like you actually get to like use this time to like keep your mental health strong, I guess. You know what I mean? Like as an artist, you always use your writing or your playing or you're in painting or sculpting. That's where you get in your own head and keep things straight. So I feel like we have it a little bit better than say somebody who needs their softball night or somebody who needs their hockey night or needs to go out to have that social aspect, you know, and that's how they clear their head. So I feel like as artists, we're lucky that way. But
yeah. I mean, it's nice that you can be in a place where it's just your headspace when you need to be and still feel like you're accomplishing something rather than
exactly. So I feel like we've been lucky, and as far as bands go too, because Katie and I are here together, so we can still continue on all of our work other than playing shows. Right. So whereas a lot of other bands don't, I'm sure you're feeling the heat where like you would just love to sit in a room with your bandmates.
Oh my God.
Have a jam, you know. But
I don't even remember what that's like. I've heard you know strange tales in times of old of when people would get together and play music together, but I'm not sure what that looks like. Yeah.
I know it's getting strange.
You mentioned the whole writing thing and how now you know you're in an excellent position to be able to do some more of that, and I'm wondering with you guys, how as artists we tend to write we tend to write from an emotional point of view, right? We tend to you know if we're feeling poorly, we write a sad song or an angry song, or if we're feeling great, we write a happy song, right? You know, it tends to be fairly black and white that way. When we're living in times like this where you know there's a lot of uncertainty, for some there's a lot of fear or dread, you know, there's certainly an anticipatory nature in the air all the time. Do you find that those external influences kind of influence your writing, or do you use your writing as a shield to kind of keep everything away?
You know what? I wouldn't say we use our writing as a shield. I would definitely, like, we've always written therapeutically. Like, when I started writing songs was due to a great loss in my life. Same with Katie, was a great loss. So, like, and that's kind of what we came together as songwriters thinking about. So it was always an outlet. It wasn't like trying to shield the world from you. It was always an outlet to get it out of you in an artistic way, and then hopefully somebody who hears it can take it whatever way they need to get it, like to get what they need out of it, right?
Yeah.
So I guess like I said, we don't really use it to shield, but in a time like this, I guess like the latest thing that we've written, for example, has been a song called "The World's Gone Crazy," right? Which by the title of it, you would think it would be pretty dark and you know, just kind of a sad song, but we put it to like this very upbeat kind of stomp pad, like driving beat, fun lyrics and like guitar riff kind of song that's like makes you feel good and kind of smile about the fact that the world's gone crazy and there's not much that we can do about it except for just do the best that we can. You know what I mean? So it's like we always trying to have, like I said, that call and answer to our writing, to where like, yes, there's problems, but there's always this other side to it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of the way that we, like, I guess, like I said, it's therapeutic for us, but we also want the people to hear the stuff that we're writing about to be like, oh yeah, things are shitty, but oh yeah, they can also turn around and be really good, positive, you know? So
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's also good too, because it gives people a reason to want to re-listen to that tune, right? Because overcoming adversity is also a very formidable thing that people write about.
Yeah.
I want to put this to you, and you may be able to answer for Katie, or we can hear from Katie as well. But
sure.
Sometimes it's a struggle when you have two creative forces that are, let's say, building the set list together. So if you had your druthers and you were constructing the set list, and there was one song that you could take out of it and never have to play again, and you would breathe a big giant sigh of relief, what would it be?
Like one of our songs?
It doesn't matter. It can be anything.
I don't know. I guess that's where I don't know. We're kind of lucky that way. Like Katie, I'll let her weigh in when she comes back in. She's taking the dog out for a pee, but I guess like we've always kind of been, even when we do our acoustic cover shows, we always play our own stuff. We like to mix it in, and we've lost jobs because we won't play certain things. You know what I mean? So, and like, I don't know. I don't want to go into certain songs because I don't want to make anybody feel like they shouldn't be playing them or anything. Wow. But there's just like, I remember we were playing, I think we had a Thursday night gig at, oh man, what was it? Downtown. Long time ago. Oh, I got a mind blank. Again, Katie will know what I'm talking about. But they wanted us to play this song by Neil Diamond. And like at the time, like this was, I don't know, 10 years ago, and we just weren't digging it. And at the end of the night, every night, the owner would be like, "We want to hear this," and we would just be like, "We're not, like, I'm sorry, we're not going to do it."
Yeah.
And then we ended up parting ways because every time that we would finish our set, he would crank it over the loudspeakers, like after us, after we were done, and be like, we were just like, I don't know, we can't bring ourselves to play it. Nothing against Neil Diamond or anything, but it wasn't something we wanted to play.
Yeah.
So we've always kind of had that stance where it's like we try not to put things into the set list that we feel like we're pandering to anybody for. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I guess that's really all I have to say about topic. Like,
yeah, fair.
It's like, we just always try to not, like, because we play obscure stuff. We play like B-side Blind Melon stuff, and like I know that you guys do a lot of B-side covers and stuff too, right? A lot of stuff that a lot of people that love the song really love that song.
Yes. But
not everybody would know it. You know what I mean? Like, so we've always tried to do that type of show where it's like, if you want to hear Brown Eyed Girl, like, go down the street because there's going to be 7 other people playing it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And like, like I said, no offense to anybody that plays it. It's a fan favorite. People love it. Like, a story that I have about that is when Katie and I went to Nashville. We just went to Nashville just to go see the sights and see everything that's going on, right?
Right.
And like you would walk down Broadway and it would be like, well, I've got friends in low, and then it would fade out, and then the next bar would be like, well, I've got friends in low, and then it would fade out, and then the next bar, and it would be like every single bar, and I'm like, what is
happening
here?
right
It's
now?
like, why are we even here?
Yeah.
I don't know. So like I guess it's a pet peeve of mine just to like, I don't know, because I know that everybody, I guess back in the day, it was like Mustang Sally, people got so sick of playing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, I don't know, I guess there's always like Wonderwall is another one that's just like, I don't know, like these songs are great songs, but it's like they've been overdone.
Yeah.
I guess I've named a few now.
Yeah. Well, for me it's like Piano Man or Candle in the Wind, right? It's like those songs that, and again,
Yeah.
they're great songs. It's just
Yeah.
I've played them 800 million times and I get no
Yeah.
joy out of playing them again. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Except that, if there's somebody that really wants to hear it, then there is that momentary spark of, okay, I made somebody feel good by playing it. But yeah,
Exactly. Or like give them a taste of it or whatever. And like that's the thing, it is for the crowd too. So it's like you don't want to just be a blunt and a bit of a jerk about it, like
right,
no, like I played that 20 years ago, I'm not gonna do it.
right.
But it's just like like we try to always play stuff that people don't necessarily play all the time. So and then in that way you find more fans of you than fans of Piano Man or fans of
Exactly.
you know what I mean? Like more fans of what you're doing, and then those people hang around.
Absolutely.
Those people buy your T-shirts.
That's
You know?
that's the point that I was trying to make one night. It was the same kind of thing I got accosted in one of the venues we were playing at because this group of young ladies wanted to hear Mustang Sally of all things, and
Yeah.
I said, I'm sorry, we don't play that because, and they're like, what do you mean you don't know it? I'm like, well, no, we know it, but it's just like we don't like it. And
Yeah.
if you want to hear us do a really half-hearted version of it, I mean, I guess we can, and we'll be happy to play it, I guess.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you rather hear us play songs that we really, really love to play?
Yeah.
You know?
And you can actually see a performance
Yeah,
go on.
and then
Yeah.
and then there's like 7 other bands right around the circle that are playing that song tonight. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not giving you a reason to come see me, right?
Yeah.
I need you to
Yeah,
come
no,
see.
I hear you 100% on that.
That's interesting how we both have that philosophy. Okay, good.
Yeah,
I knew
for
we were
sure.
friends for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of people. You mentioned that we do have now all this time on our hands, and it's true. We've been given this incredible gift or opportunity to kind of see what shakes out life wise. Some people are using this time to come to grips with some areas of themselves they'd like to change, or some other folks are taking up the task of trying to do something new or creative, like learn to play the guitar or play the piano or paint or sculpt or whatever.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing in terms of passing the time, and is there something maybe that you could give a little helpful hint out to somebody who may be struggling trying to find a way to fill all this extra time?
Yeah, for sure. Well, Katie and I are fortunate. Like I said, we live in the middle of nowhere. We have it's on Katie's family farm. So her mother lives right next door to us. So there's a little tiny bit of social interaction, but like we don't go into her house. She doesn't come into our house. But we can still at least wave in the driveway. We have social distance. Cocktails on the weekends, just like that. It's nice to even have something like that to do, but like you have to be smart about it. But as far as activities, if you are like on a complete kind of lockdown thing, Katie and I have been doing yoga every single day. And like whether you're into it, whether you believe in it, whether you think it's hippy dippy or not, like it's a very good way to figure out exactly how you're feeling, because you spend 20 or 30 minutes it's quiet, you're moving, it's exercise, but it's not, but it's also just really good for you. So we've been doing a lot of yoga. But also, we have a dartboard and a ping pong table out in the barn. So we've been like, on the weekends, we'll go through playing ping pong and playing darts, and then we'll play some music. And like, we've been fortunate enough to be outside. So, like I said, we're super lucky and we're grateful for that, because I couldn't imagine being locked in an apartment right now. You know what I mean? So like, but if you do live in an apartment, honestly, just the yoga is the most, like I could say, and even if you're not digging it, there's a girl online, Yoga with Adrian is what it's called, and she's got something like 7 million followers. It's like,
Wow.
she's like owns the yoga game on YouTube, but like it's because she's just a real person that's funny. She makes jokes about like there's one move where like you're just like leaning forward and like moving your neck out, and she, like, her way of describing it to you is like Ben Stiller in Zoolander when he's like, "Who am I?"
The blue
into
steel.
the puddle, like she
Yeah.
makes funny, relevant jokes, and like it's not just this very robotic type thing. So look into her if you're looking for something to do, especially if you're contained inside a lot. it's just a good way to get in your own mind and a good way to stretch, and stretching feels good. And like, it is a bit of a workout without feeling bad. And then, you know what I mean? And of course, having a cocktail. I don't know.
Who says no to that?
I feel I've had a few of those in the last 6 weeks or so. So, but,
Yeah, all good. What? How is the social distancing or the social climate out there in rural town? You know, like we see it all the time where, you know, in Windsor, you've got people that you can tell they're getting tired of having to maintain that social distancing. But, you know, it seems like where there's less people naturally, that would sort of, I guess, come naturally, right? Like, it's not that big of a problem. Are people getting kind of fed up?
It is, but it isn't. It's like, it depends on how rural you go. Like some people, and again, like, everybody handles stress differently. Everybody has their own thought process and beliefs, and everybody's handling this different. So there's no right or wrong in these situations, I don't think, other than wrong would be to just go around hugging people and spitting in their face. Like, obviously that's wrong. But I mean, like, as far as like, you know, like, if you're wearing a mask in a store, then excellent. If you're not, then keep your distance and do what you think is being safe, courteous to people. Like, Katie and I personally, like, we had a vet check just the other day, and it's in Amherstburg, which is it's a pretty, compared to Windsor, a smaller town.
Yeah. But
when we went there, like, you couldn't go in there without a mask on. And a lot of the people that were showing up for their appointments, they didn't even bring any. So they had to send their animals in with the vet tech who had their mask on, right?
Right.
So that's just an example of people that aren't, you know, prepared for a situation if need be. Like, we always have masks in our van.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but like, again, like, rural towns, it's like, so you get some people with old school mentality of like, you know, like, no, I lived through the war. I'm not putting a mask on, you know, like, so it's just everybody's doing it differently, and like, you can't chastise anybody other than somebody that's blatantly being irresponsible.
Sure.
But yeah, like, I don't know, like, we're in a small town community. I won't say where because it'll be very obvious, but they have a liquor store, convenience store combo. There's a few of them around the county.
Yep.
But this particular place is like, you can get groceries and a couple other things. And Katie goes in with a mask, and I'm like waiting there to give her hand sanitizer. When she gets back, she just grabs a few things. But right beside me, there's a couple of guys doing a deal on a Harley.
Right.
So they're like right in there, you know, having a smoke, blowing the smoke in each other's faces, shaking hands, both getting on the bike.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And so like, what do you do about that other than just like keep your window up and keep your distance from it? You know what I mean? So like, everybody's just kind of doing it different, but we're taking it very seriously just because, like I said, we have like, our parents are getting up to the close to 70s, and we just don't want to be the reason for anybody to get sick.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
Which I feel like if that just should be your ultimate goal, is just to imagine yourself, if you're being irresponsible and somebody you know and love fell ill because of it.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly. Nobody wants to be Mrs. O'Leary's cow, right? And kicking over the lantern and burning Chicago to the ground.
Yeah.
Josh, I want to thank you so much for, you know, volunteering your time and being willing to, you know, lend your voice to the conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
It's been really good. I wonder if
Katie's standing right here. If you want her to chime in on
absolutely, yes, I do. I really do.
He asked me if there was one song that you could remove from your playlist and never play again, what would it be? I went off on a whole tangent about.
Hey, Katie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm spectacular. Thank you for asking.
Good. I have been kind of watching our new puppy Ruby while you guys have been chatting.
Yeah, so she's like tearing me apart.
I'm like super jealous.
So like a song that we've written, you mean?
It doesn't matter. It can be anything. I always ask people when you know, especially if they're collaborators, if there's one tune that you could just set on fire and walk away from with tears of joy running down your face, and it's flaming.
Oh, do you sound?
What would it be?
I don't hear him.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, sorry, it glitched out for a second there.
Yeah.
Sorry, you cut out there a little bit, but
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, no worries. I was just saying, like, I went into depth about like not playing songs and just telling people no.
Oh.
So it's
I
okay.
don't know. Yeah, I can't even really. I wouldn't. That's not something I've ever really thought of. I guess like a song that I just really dislike. Well, that's not true. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I was
Chris
gonna
feels
say.
the same way. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
we've already been through it.
I don't know why, but I really don't like a lot of Bon Jovi songs. I know a lot of people will be pissed about that, but I don't know. It's one of those things that I'm always just like ah. But I don't know. I think I kind of like all of the things, so it's hard for me to think of that. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
But anyways,
No, fair enough. Fair enough. That's a great answer. It's an honest answer. I love it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
was
didn't
just-
mean to put her on the spot at the end, very end of the show. But
No,
My
it's
first go-to was Bon Jovi. I don't know why.
my sister would be so upset with me. She loves Bon Jovi. But
you know what's really cool is, you know, you can see the dynamic when the two of you look at each other, like that there's just such a great bond and chemistry there. And I just think that's really special, especially given the fact that, you know, not only do you live together, but you play together, you're around each other so much that clearly
Yeah.
that's a testament to the fact that the two of you are doing extremely well.
yeah,
so
we're okay, and like we live in a van for a few months at a time in the summer while we're touring, so like we don't get a lot of space. So
fair
Yeah.
enough. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
we're doing okay. I hope you're doing well too.
yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, everybody here is doing as well as we can, and that's all that we
Yeah,
can really
for
ask
sure.
for right now. So as long as everybody, you know, wakes up and greets the morning, we're happy with it.
Yeah, that's just it, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, guys,
Okay, well, definitely thanks so much for having me. Like, and I appreciate it, and it's great that you're just getting people in to talk and discuss and keeping the positive vibes going. So
yeah,
it's
that's
good
the
to see.
idea. Thanks, man. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Yeah, no, this is what it's about, right? It's about connecting
Yeah.
with your friends and being able to share a smile and a story and all that good stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Do me a favor for those, if the dog will allow it. For those of us out here who aren't familiar with Fresh Breath, if you could maybe drop in the video comments, drop a link or two to some
Oh,
stuff
sure.
that we can check out, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Until I'm going to leave you with the same thing I leave all my musician friends with, and that is, you know, I look forward to the time when we're all so busy that we can't possibly see each other again.
Exactly.
It will come again.
Exactly. It will be here one day.
That's right. All right, guys, take care.
Okay, see you, Chris.
Cheers.
Cheers. A lovely conversation with a lovely new puppy. Isn't that great? That was awesome. They are just lovely, lovely people. All right. Well, we are going to play. We're going to play a tune in here. This was the lovely Tara Watts. So many lovely people. She sent over another tune for us to enjoy, and then I'm going to play a request for Stephanie, and we'll be right back.
It's another freaking Friday in the midst of the pandemic. Hope you're all doing more than okay. Charlie and I are just hanging out on the porch. I got some Wagner's cherry cider to start off the weekend. So, yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. I miss you all. I can't wait to play face to face, hopefully soon. But I've been humming a song all day, and so I thought I would try and learn it and play it for you. So, no pressure, right? So here you go. Sitting in the morning sun, I'll be sitting when the evening comes, watching the ships roll in, then I'll be watching roll away again. Sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tides roll away. Sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. I left my home in Georgia, heading for the Frisco Bay. I had nothing to live for, looks like nothing's gonna come my way. Sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tides roll away, sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Looks like nothing's gonna change, everything still remains the same. I can do what 10 people tell me to do, so I guess I'll remain the same. I'm sitting here resting my bones, the loneliness won't leave me alone. 2,000 miles I roam just to make this dock my own. Sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away, sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Sitting on the porch today, wasting time. There you are. Have a great weekend, guys.
What a lovely, lovely song from a lovely person. Again, it goes to the Irish lilt. All right, well, Stephanie had a request for this tune. It's got that line in there, and it's actually done on a guitar. It's so we're going to try to mix those two things together, I think. I don't know. How well will that work? Yep, that'll work. All right, so let's get a beat in here. We're just going to go with one beat, even though it does have two, but we're just going to go with the one beat, I think. There we go. All right, so let's go back to this split thing that we've got. And we got this cool 80s layer in there too. I love it. This is definitely of that time. All right, let's see what happens here.
Every generation blames the one before, and all of their frustrations come beating on your door. I know that I'm a prisoner to all my father held so dear. I know that I'm a hostage to all his hopes and fears. I just wish I could have told him in the living years. Crumble bits of paper filled with imperfect thought, stilted conversations. I'm afraid that's all we've got. You say you just don't see it, you say it's perfect sense. You just can't get agreement. In this present tense, we all talk a different language, talking in defense. Say it loud, say it clear. You can listen as well as you hear. It's too late when we die to admit we don't see eye to eye. So we open up a quarrel between the present and the past. We only sacrifice the future. It's the bitterness that lasts. So don't yield to the fortunes. Sometimes see his fate. You might have a new perspective on a different day. And if you don't give up, don't give in, you may just be okay. Say it loud, say it loud, say it clear, come on, say it clear. You can listen as well as you hear. It's too late, it's too late when we die, oh when we die, to admit we don't see eye to eye. Wasn't there that morning when my father passed away? I didn't get to tell him all the things I had to say. I think I caught the spirit later that same year. I'm sure I heard his echo in my baby's newborn tears. Just wish I could have told him in the living years. Say it loud, say it loud, say it clear, come on, say it clear. You can listen as well as you hear. It's too late, it's too late when we die, when we die, to admit we don't see eye to eye. Say it loud, say it loud, say it clear, come on, say it clear.
and the Finata at the end. Yeah, I haven't played that song in forever. That was the very first time that I ever learned how to do palm muting on a guitar. So for those of you who don't know what palm muting is, it's fairly simple. It's this is an open strum and an open string. This is palm muted. Here it's got that subtle thing in there. So if we do the same thing, if we go back to that sound and I hold the notes down like this. And then change the key. Yeah, so there we go. Corey's right. You can't hear the palms at all. Look at that's how muted they were. Oh, Corey McCrindle, you sly dog. So yeah, Rob Timmick says this song has always made him nostalgic. Came out just as his high school days were coming to a close. He always associates that song with him coming to terms with the fact he was going to have to start adulting soon. And I always associate it with sitting in a music portable, learning how to palm mute with Mr. Gabe Gagnon and Mr. Wayne McLean. Yeah. All right, well, let's do something else. Let's do something completely different while we wait for our next guest, which we are about 6 minutes away. Not 7 minutes, 6 minutes away. Lena Frost says, didn't you sing this in the choir? Yes, that is exactly why I was learning to palm mute, because Mr. Gagnon was trying to teach Wayne McLean how to do it, and I was kind of sitting along with it and learning as well. So yes, we did sing it in the St. Anne's Concert Choir, being the massive, ginormous hit that it was. Yeah, let's do this one. This is a fun one, and we get to do a beat to it. Not with that though. Hey, Sarah.
Let me see through all the lights. I know I'll feel better in time. You should have told me a lie. I'll tell you why. I don't know what was going through my head. Now things have cleared, I'm not dead. Now that I've settled in bed, you should have told me a lie. I'll tell you why. I don't know what was going through my head. What if I walked off the line? What if I never revived? You should have told me a lie. I'll tell you why. I don't know what was going through my head. You know it should have been red. You know it should have been led. Down in deep inside, I am safe now. Then I want to fly away from everything. Wake up, don't know where I've been. Then I'll start over again. You should have told me a lie. I'll tell you why I don't know what's going through my head. I'll tell you why I don't know what's going through my head. You know it should have been red. You know it should have been lead. You know it could have been dead.
From the Now and Again album, my very favorite Grapes of Wrath album. Also the only Grapes of Wrath album I actually own. Okie dokie. Well, we got 2 minutes before our next guest, so I think we're just going to let those 2 minutes slowly expire while I just get nice and comfortably prepared for pulling up our next guest on here. Let's do a little bit of activations. Unless I have something real quick, but I don't think I have anything that fast, because now we're down to like a minute. I mean, I could play the end track from Abbey Road, Her Majesty. That's pretty fast. But I'm not a good enough guitar player to play that, unfortunately. It's got this really cool finger picking part that I just cannot do to save my life. So maybe not so much. But I need to find some short songs. Corey, I'm putting you on it. Short songs. Your top 5 short songs. There's another great list for McCrindle's list. Top 5 short songs. I hope everybody is paying attention this week, by the way, and that we will have lots of good suggestions for Corey when we talk to him on Thursday. We are doing the top 5 songs created by accident, and I would love to see your lists as well. And then we can compare them, and maybe we'll do some kind of giveaway or something like that makes listening to this program a little more palatable. Anyway, we've got the time has arrived for our next guest, and I'm eager to talk. So let me just get it going here on the old ringy dingy machine. On the old ringy dingy machine. It's like we used to have a mangle. I don't know if everybody remembers what a mangle is, and it'll show your age if you do. But it was a piece of laundry equipment, and I remember being very terrified of it just from the name mangle. It doesn't sound like something that's wholeheartedly awesome. So I've got our guest on the line here. I don't have him live yet. I just want to ask him if it's possible to flip his camera sideways so that we can get some widescreen video, and I'll give him a couple of minutes to adjust that. Nope, it's sort of now you're just sideways. It doesn't matter. If we have to go portrait, we can go portrait. It's fine. It's no big deal. See, look at that. We thought we were going to be smart and have everything ready to go, and then I had to go and throw a monkey wrench in the plan. We're still sideways. We're still we're looking at you in portrait, but on sideways, which means that it's possible that your phone has locked orientation, in which case just, there you go. That's fine. Portrait is great. You cut such a handsome figure of a fella anyway that this is the way we're going to do it. All right, let's bring him over. And my very special guest right now is Mr. Jim Stonehouse. Jim, are you there?
I am so.
Hello. How are you, sir?
Absolutely fantastic, Chris.
Good. Well, I'm very excited to have you on the program. I've been looking forward to speaking with you for some time because you are in 2 areas that I think we really need to kind of ask some questions about. But first, the most important question, let me ask you this. You and those around you, are you okay?
Yes, we are. We've taken a lot of precautions.
Good. Excellent. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're being both sensible and that everything's okay.
I haven't been called sensible very often.
Well, I did want to talk to you because you will be the one of the very few people. I think you might actually be the first that we talked to that did stand up or that does stand up. And I wonder if you could tell me a little bit about how you decided that that was something that you wanted to get into, and how long ago was that?
Wow. Let's call it about the year 2000.
Okay.
And I used to go to the comedy clubs with my daughter on the cheap nights, 2-for-1 nights. And I started going to Leo Dufour's comedy club when Leo's bounced around, but he was on Olet when I first started going with my daughter because we just loved a night out together and listening to some. Then he moved to Ottawa Street above Tops. You remember Tops Tavern on Ottawa Street there?
Yep.
So he moved there, and I would go there. And some nights I'd walk in and it'd be 20 people, sometimes 30, and then sometimes 12. Anyhow, the long and short of it is that one night I went there, there were like 4 couples, including my daughter and I. So the guy came out, did some good comedy, a good friend of mine, by the way. Keith Ruff is the name, it doesn't matter. But so Keith Ruff is doing his set, and then finally he said, this is silly. There's like 8 of us here. And we're like family, so come on up and tell a joke. So people started going on stage and telling their favorite joke. And about the third guy up couldn't finish his joke. He forgot his own punchline. so I went up, finished his joke, told the crowd a joke, and they liked it. And I went back to my seat, and we finished the evening. And afterwards, he came over and said, you have a good stage presence and you seem comfortable up there. Why don't you put 5 minutes together and give it a go? So that sort of started it. So like Chris, I sat down, timed out all this material, 5 minutes worth, right? So my first night, I went up to do my 5 minutes. I was done in 3. Boom, just blew through it,
Yeah.
Because when you're beginning, it is an art form, and when you're beginning, you the pregnant pauses, everything, you have to time it and let people react, etc. So anyway, I learned the hard way.
Well, I mean, it's all about, there's that really famous old joke, where you ask me and you're gonna have to ask me, otherwise the joke doesn't work. You ask me what the most important thing about comedy is.
Okay, what's the most
timing.
Important thing about comedy? Exactly.
Yeah. So
I could keep setting you up if you know all the punchlines. and you know what's amusing to me is that in the world of music, you guys are up on stage, and I hear them interject a lot of comedy in the banter in between. It's pretty nice. They know a lot of stuff, like hey, you guys know any good polkas? There are no good polkas. You got to offend somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. How long did it take you to get like a foothold and a real love for doing what you suddenly determined that you could do, and how busy did it keep you?
It took me a couple of months, and that's going up every week. Like on a Friday and a Saturday, doing like 5 minutes, and sometimes if you were good, he'd let you stretch, and if you sucked, they'd give you the light. Get off the stage.
Yeah.
But it took me a couple of months to become comfortable in timing, and Chris, stuff I did, the material. I look back at our tape the other day when I started back in 2004. It was brutal, like to what I do now.
Yeah.
So it took a while, but the great part was that. But since I worked for Leo Dufour and his wife Diane, 2 fabulous people from Amherstburg, they weren't getting big crowds there, so I gave them a concept of fundraising, because I'm really connected in the sports community. So I would have the guy sell tickets to the show, and we would get 100 people in there. So as long as they paid a certain amount of money, so the club could operate, right? We ran a bar also at the club.
Right.
Then they would make the balance. So I'll give you an example. If they sold the ticket for $10 and the club got $5, then they would make $500 that night.
Right.
It was more, but the point is that they made the lion's share of the money, and we would sometimes have 2 fundraisers on a Friday night, one at 8 o'clock, one at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we packed it. It was a great experience for me, a lot of fun.
Michael Herford jumps in the comments here and says, "Good to hear Jim Stonehouse talking seriously." Haha.
Herford's a clown, you know that.
So there are very many types or genres, just as in music, but there's also genres in comedy. You have blue comedy, you have kind of political comedy, you have satire, you have parody. What is it that you found was your calling when it came time to develop your material? What did you tend to gravitate toward?
I tried to insult everybody I could, Chris.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Yes. So really, I do stuff about our Windsor community and things that happen to you, like driving through Tim Hortons, for instance, going to the casino, going out to Pelee Island, doing things that can happen locally. Of course, I can adapt that set to other places, like I do comedy in London and stuff like that. I just tweak it to match stuff there. But a lot of personal stuff that happens with my wife and I. But I don't do blue comedy. I don't swear unless I yell at the audience. But I do interject swear words from time to time. I'm not proud of that, but sometimes if you have the right crowd, it's the right thing to do for them. And other times you're at the Bible study group, we don't do anything of that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, for some reason all my lights in my studio just went out again. That's awesome.
Hey, did you pay the hydro bill? Oh, okay, there you go.
There we go.
Get back in.
You mentioned that you tend to stay away from the blue comedy unless you, of course, are yelling at the audience, which brings up one of the very first interesting questions. How do you handle the almighty heckler? Because that, for musicians, it's one thing for, the drunk guy to yell out, "More hip," from the back of the room or whatever, or "Play Sweet Home Alabama," and you can ignore them. But heckling, it seems like it's much more of a targeted thing when it comes to comedy. And did you have to, was there something you had to do to kind of over time weather yourself against the hecklers, or did you just kind of roll with it right away?
I pretty well rolled with it because I have been really, really fortunate, other than when I take a good friend of mine there that wants to heckle. But no, I've been very fortunate because I worked with a master, Leo Dufour, a master of handling the heckler. And one of the pieces of advice he gave to me was to turn the audience against the heckler. I'm using that very generically, but that's
Sure.
what has to happen. You have to have the audience want that person or persons to straighten up and fly right. So I really haven't had a lot of difficulty. One night, the one night that there was a table there sort of talking out loud, and they weren't really heckling me, they were just being very annoying. So I told them to stuff up, shall we say.
Yeah.
And after I got off the stage, Leo took me aside and says, "Yeah, you can't tell them that." Yeah.
But that
Say that.
It has to be one of those really delicate kind of tightrope acts, though, doesn't it? Because in one sense, you're doing exactly what the heckler wants, and where you're inviting them into the act, for however brief of a moment they're going to be there while you take them to task. But that has the potential to go either very well or very wrong.
Sure, and I've seen great comedians like Howie Mandel's a master. Leo Dufour was a master of taking it down the road, and that's why Leo told me you have to have the room turn on the person, and it does work, quite frankly.
Yeah,
you have to be clever about it, but you can win it. You can win the battle.
We have a comment in here from Sarah Blanchard saying not having to be crass is the sign of a smart comic, and I would tend to agree with that. I think that
Well, thank you.
I think that
thank you. I go to sometimes okay, I'm gonna rip some people now.
Do it.
So so let's say I have a room full of university students. I gotta tell them dick jokes. Come on, really? Because some of them don't get it, and I'm not talking, I'm painting you all with the same brush, I get that. But they don't understand the political nuances sometimes, and of course, I'm an old guy, so they don't understand some references, even though I try to keep them fresh. They just sometimes don't get it. They're down at the riverside carving the trees and penises, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, how do you compete with that? That's comedy genius right there. Um, you know, and there's something to be said, though, you know, for musicians, we talk about reading the room, right? When you walk in and I know,
Correct.
okay, well, it's slightly an older crowd. Maybe they're going to want something a little more subdued. They don't want to get up and boogie their pants off just yet. So how important is it to you as a comic to do that very same kind of reading the room?
Very important. And I had the advantage of being able to talk with people prior to the shows most of the time to find out what the nature of the group was. If it wasn't just a public thing, if it was a special event, I would sort of get a lot of information from them and sort of design my approach, like reading the room, right? Talking to people, finding what they're about. And sometimes, Chris, you know, you throw one out there and it's a groaner, right?
Yeah.
So you switch, and you have to be able to switch, you know, switch courses in midstream and be successful.
You know, that also raises an interesting question too, because sometimes, you know, and I mean, if you've listened to this program at all, then you realize that it happens quite more often than I would like it to. But I'll be playing a song and something will go terribly wrong, and you know, it'll be the musical equivalent of a groaner, but I still have the instrument to fall back on, and I can still noodle around and kind of lead people away from that mistake. But when it's just you on stage, you know, with your words, I feel like you're more exposed and you're more vulnerable. Do you get that feeling as well? Like when something bombs on stage, does it affect you more?
Yeah, I don't know how to quite answer that, but yes. But there's the clever part of being able to ad lib and to take that faux pas or the terrible thing that happened and maybe take it down another road and make it funny and come back to it because you screwed up or they screwed up or something. So it's a test of your ability to be very, very flexible and quick to respond to the situation. You know, if you drop your mic, for instance, right? The mic comes on, then you drop it. You gotta have a quip, right?
Yeah.
Okay, mic drop. You know, I mean, you gotta say something silly and react to it. So, and sometimes the joke offends people because I'm a softball coach. I coach softball for 45 years. It's what I do, and I don't travel anymore. But the great part is that I got softball players in there. So one night, I had a bunch of athletes there that were not softball players, and apparently they were soccer players. So one of my jokes was, I don't like soccer at all because it's a communist sport and better for kids that can't hit. Didn't go over that well.
Yeah, I can see that.
But I recovered, and I just told them you're all vulnerable. Yeah, I know. But you know, the thing is that if you're truly there for comedy and you truly get it, it's a funny story.
Yeah.
I do stuff about religion. I do stuff about, you know, the Catholic priests or whatever, but I don't do gross stuff. I just do stuff that is happening in our society that people have to confront somehow, right? And I do it through humor. So
well, you know, that
you just have to give your head a shake.
Yeah, that raises an interesting perspective because I've always considered that comedy has to be somewhat affrontive in order to be successful, right? It has to challenge those things that we think about, and it's weird in this kind of super politically correct world to navigate the world of comedy. How do you decide when something is offensive to the point of being cute, where we can shine a light, let's say, on something? I'll go back to the All in the Family reference, right? You know, when All in the Family, that television show, came out in the 1970s, you know, it shone a light on bigotry and racism and, you know, things like that. But it did it in this weird, unique way where we were supposed to hate Archie Bunker, but we also ended up kind of loving him a little bit because we realized he was a product of his time and kind of a meathead himself. But how do you gauge where that kind of, you know, offense for the point of enlightenment, I guess, comes into it?
Yeah. Well, Chris, you know, you've heard the phrase, you push the envelope, right?
Yeah.
So you take from the edge and you sort of determine from the reaction if you can go the whole way, right? Because I can stop the bit, okay, but I can keep it going if they're getting it and they're understanding it and they're not taking big offense to it. I don't know if I'm quite asking your question, but yeah, I try to take it to the edge. If they're with me, I give them the whole story.
Sure.
And you hope that they're intellectually bright enough to understand the concept.
Yeah.
I'll give you a good example of that.
Sure.
A guy I knew was starting off in comedy. His wife was a teacher. He was working somewhere. They had a conversation, and he wanted to pursue his career in comedy, give it a try. So she gave him permission. And that Christmas, they were going to have a party at one of the comics' home, and the wife was quite excited because, oh my goodness, all those funny people are going to be there at the same time, right?
Yeah.
We're going to be hilariously funny. She got there. It was the Black Hole of Calcutta. They were bitching about the agent that didn't pay them, the lack of facilities in place, somebody stealing their bits. The worst night of her life.
That's hilarious.
We're humans, right?
Yeah,
We're humans.
exactly.
But listen, I just because I know you're trying to interview me, but I want to tell you something.
Yeah.
I think what you're doing here is remarkable, just remarkable.
Oh,
I'm
thank
seeing
you.
all kinds of people, and you and I had a chat the other day about Sarah Smith out of London, who you had on the show finally.
Yeah.
I see Tara Watt. I see all these people that, I get a chance to see sometimes. And I think you're doing a great job at just getting them there. You had me fascinated with Mario Ricci, by the way.
Oh,
He's
thank
just
you.
talking about lights.
Yeah.
It was fabulous. It was fabulous.
Oh, thank you.
He had me in. I was enthralled by the whole conversation that you guys had about, the effect of the lighting on the bands and stuff.
Yeah.
And my career, by the way, when I used to do coach softball and comedy, kept me on the road almost all the time. So since I stopped traveling with softball, I'm able to come out and see the shows at night, right?
Sure.
And that's only been like 4 or 5 years. And I'm telling you, there's so much talent in Windsor, Chris, and Windsor and Essex County, but everywhere, so much talent, and you're highlighting those people here, and I think it's fantastic. So Judy and I often go out, and we make a 3-way stop. We go to a Legion first because they start early.
Sure.
And then we hit a bar, and we hit another bar, so we can see 3 different bands doing 3 different things and meet the 3 different groups of people who are at those facilities.
Yeah.
We try to support you guys as much as we can. Awesome.
Well, thank you. Thank you all around.
Hey, it is what it is. So we
Yeah.
do all that stuff. So, Chris, you're staying safe, and I know the cystic fibrosis story with you, but it took us a while here, because of all the information, or it could be good information, bad information, uncertainty about this COVID thing. It's very difficult. So I see some of you can do a stream here with music. I can't do that with comedy. You need feedback. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I'm telling you jokes, it's just crickets all the time, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, you need.
yeah. So
You need Judy with a laugh track. The laugh track app. That's what you need. She can just, you could even work it in, right? Where she could be like off to the side where you don't see her. And then when you're done telling the joke, she just kind of like drifts in from one side and hits the laugh track button and then drifts back out. See?
okay.
It's comedy
Okay.
gold. right
I'll
there.
work on that. It took us a while here to adapt to the new COVID policies and whatever they are.
Sure, yeah.
Standard operating procedures. But I'm not good with ordering online, but I'm getting better at it. And now that I got the stuff in here, I got a bunch of syringes that I ordered, and I got a tanning bed. You know the old tanning bed where you could lay down in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got the tanning bed in the syringes, so now I take hydrochloroxine, and I lay in the tanning bed for the UV, and I have a syringe now. I give myself a little shot of Clorox, and now I'm taking vitamin D, so apparently I'm going to be fine.
You are the healthiest person next to Trump on the planet right now. I think that's great.
See, I'm glad you got it. I know you get it. I know you get it, right?
You know,
So you try those things. You know what, Chris? If it doesn't work, you throw it out, right?
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned a little bit, and it's something that musicians also have to deal with, and it's interesting how much overlap there is between all of the different performing arts, right? But one of the things you mentioned was stealing material, and that sometimes it happens very innocuously, right? Very innocently. Is that you write a really great bit and somebody heard it, and then it sort of just comes in the retelling when they're it's like, oh, I don't know how I thought of that, but here's how it works. Did you ever have to have a struggle with that, or did you ever have somebody come up and say, hey, by the way, that last joke you did, that was great, that's mine?
No, I never had that, but you might like this. So I do a couple of Rodney Dangerfield jokes, that are his, and I do them and I get credit for them. But the real people that know Rodney know that they're his material, right? I don't steal a whole bit, but I do a couple of one-liners that he does. And if I go to London, I can steal a joke I heard in Windsor. They won't know. You know, because it's hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's an allocate to the guy. I'd like to say, gosh, I wish everybody could use that same joke because it's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
How often do you find it is that comics are borrowing from each other? And is there a difference between flat out stealing a bit and just giving a tip of the cap to somebody, you know, like a Dangerfield or a Newhart or a Cosby or something like that?
Yeah, almost everyone I've done is really respectful of the art. And Chris, if I was going to do that, I said, I got to share this with you. I heard this guy do it last week. See if you like this. Like, I would give them credit up front, let them know it's his stuff or her stuff, right? And really on the highest level, some people used to see Milton Berle used to get accused of stealing all the time, but that's an old story, right? I say a lot of respect with the comics. Okay, and you know, I mean, how many different ways have you heard about airline food?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's your bit to change it around and not steal the other guy's punchlines and stuff like that. And they're pretty respectful, I got to tell you.
How much of when you talk about things like, you know, recrafting the old jokes, you know, because that is a concern, right? They say that there's only 7 original storylines and that, you know, we only have 12 notes in the Western scale of music. So over time, those things are going to overlap. How inventive do you have to be in order to take like a tired concept and redo it? Because, you know, you see it in situation comedies all the time. It's like they have a binder of situations, right? And they just pull the character names out and slap new character names in it, and all of a sudden it's supposed to be a brand new show. But, you know, when you're speaking about, you know, airline food, how do you make things like that fresh again?
Well, Chris, what happens is sometimes the airline comes up with a new way of delivering the food. For instance, it's going to be different now, right? So you have that same situation, but the methodology has changed, so now you have an opportunity to crack off about the way they're doing something or what you're getting in your tray. So yeah, you just adapted. Actually, that's interesting you mentioned that, because 25, 30 years ago, because I'm an old guy, I read this book called Pissing in the Snow. And it was hilarious because it talked about the old joke of somebody writing her name in the snow.
Right.
You think I know my daughter's handwriting, okay? And the point is that what happens is over time, it goes from George Bush doing it to Barack Obama doing it to Trump today, right?
Right.
So the same jokes get reused with new personalities, for an example. Yeah.
Sure. Do you find actually in that sense that the personality of the comic can really make or break that joke? Like, can you have the same joke that might have been funny when, you know, Carlin did it, and then have Dave Chappelle do it and have it fall flat on its face just because of the personality of the person telling the joke?
Of course, Chris. That you know, a lot of comics, if you've probably noticed over time, really depend on their facial expressions, for instance, and that can highlight the story or the end of the thing, or gestures, right? Like, I talk with my hands a lot, not like Trump, but I tend to do that and gesture to people as an offering or whatever the case might be. So yes, different personalities will have a different response to the same kind of situation.
And do you find also that jokes are regionalized in the sense that, can you tell a joke in Windsor, Essex County that goes over like gangbusters, but if you try to do it in, say, Chatham or London, it would just fall flat?
Yes. And if you want to work the deep south, be careful.
Listen, I only have so many cousins I can have relations with, so I'm not sure how big of a career I can have in the South. See, that's an example of pushing the envelope. And we have a little bit of a freeze going on here with Facebook again, of course, because we need to be using it. So I'm going to see. It's not even responding to me. So I'm going to quit.
Some of them don't get it, you know. I said, I'm working at the casino, you know. I do that stuff at the casino. So a guy comes in one day from Michigan, by the way. Oh, are we good or no?
We are good now. Yes. So I heard something about the casino in Michigan.
Okay. Okay, so I'm at the casino. So the guy comes up to get a gift. That the casino's giving him a gift, and walks up to me, and I said, "Have you got any ID?" And he said, "About what?"
Yeah, there you go. I get it.
Stay with me. So, okay, I know you. So you never know what's happening there. And I'll give you a great one. Leo and I went up to Mackinac Island, beautiful place up there with the horses and stuff. So we had 150 graduates from Quantico who are now spread out over the United States. So they all met on Mackinac Island. And Leo asked me to go with him to do comedy on Saturday night. And we went up on Friday. Well, they didn't know who we were, so we're at the bar just talking to people. They're telling us hilarious stories about what the guy did the night before and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Not knowing that they were sort of writing our material for the next night. Right? Yeah, it was fabulous.
That's what we call field research. We have a couple more comments in here. Sarah Blanchard said that she was about to ask that question about stealing, that, you know, in comedy, is it stealing or is it the old imitation is the highest form of flattery? And of course, it's so much with the delivery. And she mentions with facial expressions, Benny Hill, you know, for example, was one of those great physical kind of comedians as well.
Right.
But she wants to know, Jim, who are some of your favorite big name comedians? I think that's always important to find out, is like who are the people that you like to listen to when you want to be entertained as a comic?
Okay, I could listen to George Carlin forever because of his social commentary, and I think he's hilarious. One of the great ones of all time, of course, was Robin Williams. If you ever heard Robin Williams do about 18 holes of golf, oh my God, you'd be on the floor. So they were big names, but I also like Howie Mandel. Yeah, I don't go for the gross stuff. Like, you know, you go back in the day, so some of the comics were pretty rough. And I didn't like it. Like I couldn't do some of the crummy material that I've heard in the past. But those guys influenced me. I like their demeanor. I like the way they take it. They take social things and they improve them.
Yeah. You know, I tend to think I land in that same camp with you, Jim, in the sense that, like, I appreciate a good burp and fart joke as much as the next guy, but my comedy has to be a little beyond that in order for me to really get into it. What advice would you have for, so let's say I came to you, you know, I'm delivering your paper one day and I'm like, hey, Mr. Stonehouse, my mom tells me I'm a real funny guy. I think I should go into comedy. What advice do you have for me?
Okay, I'll tell you what. But first of all, I would tell you my name is Stony. That's my stage name. Everybody calls me Stony on the Ball Diamond. So now that we're friends, I'm going to tell you that if you'd like to work with me, we're going to write some material, and we're going to come over here and you're going to practice, and you're going to tell me some stories, and we'll see where it goes. And the funny part is, Chris, is that you don't have to actually be, you know, you're not that smart. I know, but I'm a good listener. So if you tell me something, I can listen to your story and say, wow, that's a sort of a weird situation you've got yourself into. How would we work that into a comedy bit, right? Where it's funnier than, even though life is funny, but we work it out. So I would have the person actually write some stuff down. And one of the tricks is just like being a writer, Chris, is, and musicians, I imagine, do the same thing. You have to write. And if you don't write every day, you won't be a successful writer.
Right.
So truly, if you don't do comedy every day, if you don't jot down those things, you ever have a great idea and forget it later?
Oh, too many times.
Crazy,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It drives you crazy. So write it down, make a note, and then go back and figure out what it was. But I have them write. Yeah.
We've got a couple more comments in the room here. Mark Chichkin says it's the same thing with bands when you relate it to comedy. Only so much fresh new takes on covers or original music before you sound like someone else or have similarities. It's not necessarily stealing, really. It's always a form of expression or a tip of the hat to our peers, in a sense. I will take that.
Listen, I agree with Mark, and who's obviously a great musician in town. We've seen him many times with different bands. Sometimes he wears checkered pants, by the way. You do a tribute to a band, even if you're a cover band, right? You're doing a tribute to that band that you're covering,
Sure.
right? I know you're trying to appease your audience and make them dance or whatever, but here's the thing. I go to places sometimes where they have music and nobody's dancing. I got a DJ and nobody's dancing. So if you went to a wedding and the DJ's playing music and nobody's doing anything, what do you think that DJ should do?
Change it up.
Hello. So my point is, you guys have to walk a line between artistry, and appeasing the crowd. And I know it sucks because I've had many musician friends tell me they don't want to do covers. They want to do originals. And so much, but you got to mix them in there, I think.
Yeah.
Greatest thing I heard, we were talking to Jody Rahul one day to come see Cornfest. We were out there, very underattended, shall we say. But Christy Palace was there and stuff. But they told them when they played, do all your originals. And he found that very refreshing that the organizer just said, do your originals.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's a tribute to artistic talent, isn't it?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
Yes.
Because
I thought that was cool.
It takes a certain amount of trust in the fact that you can deliver on products that nobody necessarily has heard before, right? That's the challenge. Sarah says Tina Fey once said that you can tell how smart somebody is by what they laugh at, which she says there's much truth in there. I agree. And Dave Jr. says that he always likes Sinbad, funny and pretty clean. I totally forgot about Sinbad, man.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, it was the pants. I think it was the pants that did it. How do you see the popularity of the stand-up comedy thing? Because at one point, we had the Comedy Corner in town. We had the Rock House was doing a comedy circuit. We had Yuck Yucks, which was a big venue downtown. Yeah. And all these things kind of have seemed to have gone away. And what do you attribute that to?
I'm not sure. I think JP's still doing the rock place on Ottawa. I hope he's still in business because they're trying hard to do that. Chris, I honestly cannot say that. I understand why, because I just love comedy. It's a night out. You go for a laugh and you go for a drink after or something. What a great evening.
Yeah.
And usually you start early enough that you can go and dance with a band for a while, right?
Yeah.
So sure. I really don't know how to address that situation. Now Leo is now working out of the Sportsman's Club on Dougal, and I hope JP's still running the one on Ottawa. And Yuck Yucks was sort of a franchise deal, so they had a lot of overhead, and they were right downtown. That would be a dissuader.
Yeah, I mean, I had a thing there. We did like a battle of the bands in there. Wow, that was going back. I can't even remember how Peter Chuchmak, I think that was the guy's name. That was in charge of that place. Or ran that place. Yeah. Sarah Blanchard pops in again with whatever happened to the Windsor's funniest competition.
Well, there you go. I don't think they had the funniest guys here. I'm not kidding. I look at the Capitol Theater. They bring in the Windsor Comedy Fest. I don't see any of the Windsor comedians that I work with who are hilarious, by the way. They're not in there. They get these guys from Toronto. But I know people from Windsor that are working in Toronto now. I don't mean to disparage them. I'm just saying you have a lot of local talent, Chris.
Yeah.
And they're not in the Windsor Comedy Fest. I have the big advantage, by the way, that I work for Turnkey Entertainment, Joey Guerin out of Essex. So I get to MC a lot of shows with tribute bands. That's how I met Rick Rock originally, and all kinds of great tribute artists, well, the Elvis Boys, right?
Yeah,
Norm Macklin Jr., guy from Timmy from London and stuff. So he's really broadened my ability to meet a lot of people in the industry, the music industry. and so I would MC, so I could do comedy in between each of their acts and stuff. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
What?
But I don't know what caused the downfall of this place.
Yeah, I know it's strange, and I mean, it seems to be in all live entertainment, with the exception of drag shows, which is awesome.
Oh, can you believe that?
Can't explain. I can't explain why, but I just think it's fabulous. And I just use the word fabulous when describing a drag show, so I'm counting that as a 2 for win right there.
Very appropriate.
I want to ask you. I want to ask you the same question that I've been asking some of the performers, like musical performers. I don't know why I didn't think to ask this in terms of comics, but can you give me the two-sided coin question? And that is, what was a night that you'll absolutely remember as just going fantastically well, couldn't have gone better, and then the flip side, a night that was so horrible it made you want to reevaluate your entire decision?
Yeah. I've had them one night at the comedy club on Ottawa Street. I bombed. I was not on. The audience wasn't responding to it, and I sort of was in my mind accusing them of not being intelligent, and I had a horrible night. I cut my whole thing short. Thank you very much. Here's your next comic, or whatever the case was, and it was bad. And I haven't had many of those, but that one I remember. It sticks with you, right, when you bomb.
Yeah.
But my fault, I guess. They didn't like the material, and I thought it was hilarious, but whatever. So wrong group, wrong jokes for the wrong crowd, Chris. My miscalculation. But the best nights probably that I had, I get to go to London and do Kids Kicking Cancer.
Okay.
I do a show for them up there. We get like 500 to 600 people for dinner in the show, tribute artists, but I get to do comedy with them. They get it. I talk about London. I talk about the different things, and really, really well received. And it just gives you when we get that many people. Like, I don't work big venues, so 500 people for me is a lot of people, right?
Yeah. Well,
and I want to open up. I want to open up at the casino, but apparently I have to send them a demo tape.
Yeah, where's your reel? You need to send them your reel. Well, let's talk a little bit. What a great natural segue that was. Speaking about large venues and then working at the casino. I was pleasantly surprised to find that you worked at the casino. What do you think this that we're living through right now, what kind of long-term effects do you think that's going to have on big entertainment complexes like Caesars?
Yeah, Chris, I'm really, really concerned about that. I really am, because until we find, I'll use all the trade words, the herd immunity, the proper vaccine, and all that kind of stuff. I think you're running a risk personally of having that many people. What are you going to do? You sell them seats, and two of you sit together, and you have to have two people away from you, and then a row empty behind you. I don't know. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
And the same analogy. How are you going to fill a 5,000 seat venue? I don't even get 2,500 in there doing that way. I mean, I don't know if you have enough flexibility to even do that by seating arrangement.
Yeah.
It sucks. It's gonna be a long time before they're ready to go with this.
And I think it's important to talk in there as well about the social apprehension factor, right? About whether or not, just because the venues say it's okay and the government says that it's okay, are the crowds going to be okay with? Am I going to be sitting next to 5,000 people?
Sure, you can wait. You want to wait in line? Have you ever seen the lineup for booze there?
Yeah,
it's going to be twice. It'll be 10 times longer. You have to be 6 feet apart from everybody.
Yeah.
Anyway, the whole society is now being affected, and many changes that we're going to be having to deal with, right? I'm a sports fan. I like to go see a game once in a while. I don't know if I'm going.
Well, they've talked about now that they're going to have temperature taking type things. You know how when you go into a concert, well, obviously when you go into a concert or something, you pass through the metal detectors first, and you have to empty out your pockets, take your shoes off, blah, 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 and then now they're going to be taking people's temperatures. Do you think that there's a potential there for, I mean, I've seen it where people are belligerent enough when that you ask them to take the change out of their pocket so they can put it through the metal detector. But what happens when they've purchased tickets to a show, right? Yeah. What happens when they purchase tickets to a show and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, you're 2 degrees over normal temperature. We can't let you in.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what I understand is they then go run to somebody and make a major complaint and try to get freebies and special consideration the next time. I don't know if that's true, Chris, but yeah, people, as you know, are sort of a weird commodity, and 90% of the people will cooperate, walk through, no problem, we understand, boom, and then you have a couple of people that act up. So
Yeah,
that's just life in general. Life in general. And anyway, and you're gonna have the same thing with music venues, Chris. When are you guys
absolutely.
going to be back? Can you dance,
Yeah, right.
or do you virtually hug, or what do you do? I don't.
It's
It's gonna be
weird.
crazy.
Nobody knows.
Yes, it is.
Nobody knows
And
what's
we've already,
happening.
you know what? We already missed this. We had a chance to see Greg Osner and Julie one day, and we visited with Dale at the Moore the other night. And it's great to see those people, but wouldn't you just like to go and sit down and listen to people
Yeah.
do their craft, right?
Yes. I
Ah,
desperately
totally
want
out of
to
my
do
mind.
this. I desperately want to do this. Um, Jim, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to be with us and being willing to talk with us. It's been really special, and I count you and Judy as extremely close friends, and so it's really nice even just for me to be able to have this connection in this moment. So thank you for that. Um,
Awesome. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much for keeping our community connected.
yeah, man, that's what it's all about.
I
But
hear you.
I do want to ask you this final question, or I guess it's a two-parter question. So I'll ask it in two parts. I've started to learn how to do
Okay.
that now. Um,
Okay.
the first question is what is the thing that you miss the most from our life of normalcy just a few months ago?
Okay. My schedule used to be Saturday and Sunday. I coached softball three different times. On Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, I took my grandson to karate, and he was also involved in hockey. So I was busy like 7 days a week, interacting with other children, adults, doing something. And then at night, of course, we would do our triple header. Start at the Legion, go to whatever Lion's Head or Average Joe's or Charlie's or somewhere, and see the bands and interact with three different social groups, which was fantastic. I
Yeah,
missed interaction.
yeah, for sure. Then on the flip side of that coin is, has there been something that since you've been forced to spend more time at home or more time with yourself or with your thoughts, has there been something that to your surprise has been rather comforting about that?
Well, it's funny that you would mention that because, during this shutdown, we got a lot of painting done and stuff, and my wife has become quite a horticulturist, and our backyard has gone to pot.
Wah wah wah. I'll be
Just telling you.
I'll
I'm just telling you. We're
I'll
doing a lot of things now. We're planting different plants back there and doing all this stuff that we never would have had time for or care for. So, comforting to me is just I'm around home. We have good interaction. We see the grandkid. We try to stay social distance and stuff, but I'd rather be out there mixing with people. So I haven't
yeah.
gained a lot other than weight. Nothing comforting.
Well, sometimes the feeling of being well fed can be comforting, I guess. That's why people are calling it COVID-19. It's not that it came out in 2019. It's the 19 extra pounds we were all going to put on by the time this is over.
Dude, you got that right, brother. Who'd you
Oh,
steal that from?
I don't know, but I'm going to give him a tip of the hat because apparently that's all I have to do to make it right. Oh man, this has been so much fun. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, and I hope that we can connect again.
Anytime, buddy, and say hi to all the peeps out there. I can't see them on the screen. You can.
It's all good. The peeps have been wrapped on our conversation, so it's been good.
Awesome. Awesome. Love it, man.
All right, my friend.
Peace out.
Take care to both of you.
Thank you.
Oh, good conversation with a good, gentle-hearted, funny guy. I love those two so much. Um, just a fine example of more fine people. Let's go back to some more fine people now. We got some new music from Kevin Gagno and JD. We got some more stuff in their socially distanced thing. And then we will come back and probably play a couple of songs, and then we'll be talking with Adam Castle.
In the past 2 weeks, the number of cases of COVID-19 outside China has increased 13-fold. We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
Just day 7 of who knows how long, spreading like a wildfire. It didn't take long, with a new age coming, though it's nothing we planned. We gotta pull together if we're gonna beat this crisis at hand. We're gonna lock down. We're gonna lock down. We're gonna lock down. We're gonna lock down. Nobody's immune, and so you gotta beware and think about each other. It's time to show that we care. Do what you can for the young and for the weak and the old. I'm pleading with you to be strong as our lives are put on hold. We're gonna lock down. We're gonna lock down. We're gonna lock down. We're gonna lock down. Please hold on to the young ones like you'll never let them go, and show your love for the old as we hope and pray for the world. We now live in a world that's trying us all. United we stand, but divided we will surely fall. We gotta be there for each other, 'cause everybody plays a part, and there's no time to hate. Oh no, no, no. It's time to have a big heart.
来都会好的。
Wow, there's some powerful images in there. Holy cow. Okay, well, just sort of seems like everything I'm going to do now is sort of less than important. But we're gonna continue on. We've got 7 minutes, Jocelyn. 7 minutes before our next guest. So let's do this one. We haven't done it in a couple of days. It's a nice song. Got to make sure we have that wood block in there.
It's another tequila sunrise, staring slowly across the sky. Said goodbye. Well, he was just a hired hand, working on his dreams he'd planned to try. Days go by. Every night when the sun goes down, just another lonely boy in town, and she's out running round. She wasn't just another woman, and I couldn't keep from coming on. It's been so long. Oh, when it's a hollow feeling, when it comes down to dealing friends, it never ends. Take another shot at courage. Wonder why the right words never come. You just get numb. It's another tequila sunrise. This whole world still looks the same. Another frame. Well, it's so nice. It was so very nice. And now we're going to do something totally out of character for me. I'm actually going to play voluntarily a song from this band. Oh. But only because this song is so nice.
That would be nice if I actually got the loop started.
Sundown in the Paris of the prairies, weekends of all treasures buried, and all you hear are the rusty breezes pushing around the weather vane Jesus. Zippo lighter, he sees the killer's face. Maybe it's someone standing in the killer's place. 20 years for nothing, well, that's nothing new. Besides, no one's interested in something you didn't do. We kings and pretty things, let's just see what the morning brings. So dreamy dreams where the high school it's dead and stark. It's a museum and we're all locked up in it after dark. The walls are lined all yellow, gray, and sinister. We're hung with pictures of our parents' prime ministers. We kings and pretty things, wait and see what tomorrow brings. Late breaking story on the CBC. A nation whispers, we always knew that he'd go free. Yet you can't be fond of living in the past. If you are, then there's no way that you're gonna last. We kings and pretty things, let's just see what tomorrow brings. That's what tomorrow brings.
All right, a little bit of Tragically Hip voluntarily. What is going on with that? And now we've gone a couple of moments over time with our next guest. I hope he's not too upset with me. But he has a very interesting job title, and I want to ask him what it means, because I have no idea. I have no idea. But I would rather let him tell us in his own words. And I have a new shirt on today. Well, it's new to the program anyway. I don't think I've worn it on the program before, but if anybody wants to take a stab in the dark as to what this actually is, please let me know. Please let me know what you think it is, and then I will happily jump in and correct you. Uh-oh. We had him, and then we lost him. Let's try it again. We had him. I was trying to switch it off the keyboard cam, and then we lost him. Oh, he's back. Okay, so without further ado, let me change this off of the keyboard cam to the face cam. Oh, my goodness. There we are. Now it's almost like we're communicating in real life. And we will go ahead and bring over Mr. Adam Castle. Adam, are you there, sir?
I certainly am.
Hey, how are you, my friend?
Good. How are you?
I am doing very well, and we'll start with the most important elephant in the room question, and that is everyone around you and yourself, everybody happy and healthy?
Absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic. Now, before we go any further with this, please tell me, what the hell is an economic developer?
Oh man, it's a good question. So I've been in economic development now for about 7 years, and really what we do is work really hard to create the kinds of environments for businesses to thrive in. And so, I worked with Windsor Essex Economic Development for many years, and now I work at WeTech Alliance as their Director of Venture Services. And so basically I create programs to help startups, tech startups primarily, to start and grow and scale.
Well, that was an extremely succinct answer, almost as if you've been preparing that answer for the last 7 years for dummies.
I've been asked a couple times. Yeah,
dummies like me that want to ask it. Well, listen, what do you think? Let's do the flip side of these things. What do you think? And we'll start with the first one. Is the greatest attractor for Windsor in terms of entrepreneurship and small business?
So I think it's what you're doing right now. It's culture. Culture is at the heart of everything that attracts people to a place. They like the sense of place, right? There's a real sort of magnetism that comes along with being involved in culture, making a place where people want to live and to be and to play and to grow. And so that's a big part of it.
And then what do you think on the flip side of that? What do you think the biggest obstacles that this city puts up for people who want to pursue something in an entrepreneurial level, or maybe some of the hardships that people are going to face?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a global issue right now, right? And there has been. So I think that the hardest thing for anybody that's getting into business or is business now is this war on talent that's occurring right across the globe. And so because Windsor Essex is a smaller location, sometimes it's harder for us to attract sort of the best and the brightest, which is where it comes to our businesses to really step up and do some creative things in order to retain and attract those people.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, one of the things we hear talked about all the time in Windsor is this sense of stopping putting all of our eggs in the manufacturing basket, right? Where we are constantly hoping on the automotive industry and the feeder plants to bail us out of everything and anything. And we've seen now, rather disastrously at times, that is really no longer the case. How important is it for an area like ours to diversify?
So diversification is key, but I think that there's sort of a caveat to that argument that says that we may need to diversify into new areas, but getting out of what we do best, what we've done for 150 years, is not the answer. So there's this idea that we're looking at manufacturing now in a very different way, right? We've moved from automotive to automobility. How do we work with companies that are creating the machines that are going to be driving on the roads in the future? And that's really the focus, right? Is how do we sort of work with those companies to make sure that they're thriving as well? They look very different from traditional manufacturers. They don't have as many employees, right? They have a smaller footprint a lot of the times, but they also play in the same markets. So we got to make sure that we're competitive for them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you raise a good point. You know, part of the key thing here is not necessarily to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? We've seen that reliance on a particular industry may not be, our best long-term economic plan, but certainly within that plan has to be play to your strengths, right? And if we are a manufacturing town and we've built on that manufacturing, I look at, I believe, was it CS Wind, just outside of Tilbury, that started manufacturing those carbon fiber telephone poles or light poles, right? Which is a great example of using an existing infrastructure to look at new exciting projects, right?
So yeah, I would say awesome example. Unfortunately, CS Wind locally has closed down, as a lot of the funding has dried up for the windmills, the electric windmills. But sort of in that same vein is we have over 300 companies here now that are doing automation. So they're creating robots essentially, and those robots are going on to make things that go into vehicles, that go into dry goods, right? Things like appliances, stuff like that. And so that sort of skill set is still sorely needed, right? We're always going to need things that make things, people that make the things that make things, right?
Sure.
So we've added sort of another layer to it. But we're really good at being a supply chain here in Windsor Essex. Sort of that comes in where we're pulling in technology to do this stuff that uses less people, less resources, less energy, and because of that makes it more sustainable long term, right?
Yeah. What would you say is the most frustrating part of your job in terms of trying to, stimulate economic development in the Windsor Essex County area?
I think that a lot of times what happens is people will see a myopic view of things. So they'll take a look at Windsor and they'll say, this X, Y, or Z is bad. But what happens is they don't take a look at what's happening globally, right? So for the longest time, we've had this idea that, we have to attract more talent. We're not graduating the type of talent necessarily that some of our businesses need. So there was sort of a gap, right? We had people without jobs and job without people. And so we started to tighten that up. We started working with, the post-secondary institutions, St. Clair College and University of Windsor, and even the career colleges as well. And they started implementing new programs that would better match our talent to the jobs that are available. So I think it really comes down to forgetting that we're part of this giant system, right? It's not just us alone. We're not an island, although we are on a peninsula, but it's part of this entire global economy now because we're competing with Mexico for labor. We're competing with Southern United States, with states that are able to throw millions and billions of dollars out the window to attract companies. So there's all of these different things at play that sometimes there's things that are in your control, like creating an environment that allows businesses to thrive, and then there's things that's outside of your control, right? And I think it's a really hard thing to understand and something that you have to really take time to carefully consider.
Yeah. One of the things that we're seeing right now is this huge backlash again, and it seems to be cyclical. It comes up during, different times of stress when we have, cultural, or economic stress with China. We see the memes come out about no more made in China, buy Canadian only, and so on and so forth. But, I kind of feel like that's counterproductive in some sense because, and you might be able to speak to this better, but I don't think that we necessarily have the manufacturing capability in North America to just take everything over again without either having everything cost a fortune or have to do some serious retooling of the plants that we have. So what do we say to these folks that, and I get where they're coming from. Their hearts are in the right place. They want to support locally. They want to buy locally. But is it just a matter sometimes where the larger picture is just too big to take those things back over?
Yeah, for sure. So, we're in a global economy, and I don't think that's going to change, right? I don't think the pandemic has changed it. We're still going to need to buy foreign-made goods. However, you get to vote with your dollars. So, over the course of, I would say that the last 8 weeks, we've been working from home, and I would say 97% of what I've purchased has been all local small businesses that we're now depending on for groceries. I'm not going to giant, stores anymore. We're sort of adopting this more localized piece, and I think that's what you're going to see. This idea that everything can be made in Canada, eventually it can be, and it goes back to your sort of point of how do we diversify? Well, we're already looking at different ways. These manufacturers are now making medical supplies that never thought that they would be doing that, right? We mobilized an entire sector to create something that they've never done before. So
Sure.
Those types of things can happen. They happen, obviously, with the pressure that comes along with the pandemic. But I think that as people vote with their dollars and buy more locally, you'll start to see those things as well. But something that you bring up an interesting point. It comes down really to pricing. China can manufacture something at a fraction of the cost of what it takes to manufacture something in Canada. And so, again, consumers have to vote. They may be paying more for Canadian goods or something that was made just across the border, but along with that comes something different, right? It comes a job that maybe pays someone better to make it. That's a huge deal because when you're working in factories across the world that have very low labor costs, they're making pennies on everything that they sell, right? So again, it all comes back to voting with your own spending money as a consumer,
Yeah.
Which is huge, and maybe feeling the burn a little bit as you have to give that up.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest obstacle that people would have to face, because I mean, ultimately, if we really wanted to be honest with ourselves, we would say that, you know, the Walmart problem or the big box problem like Walmart's and all those kind of things would go away if we simply stopped shopping there. The problem is that they create an opportunity for, you know, buying more with less, I guess is the adage that I'm trying to, my sleep addled brain is trying to come up with here.
Yeah.
But,
no, me too. It's past my bedtime as well, so don't worry about it.
yeah, but I think that's part of the problem, is that we will have to understand that if we truly want to put our foot down and say, you know, yeah, we don't want to buy anything manufactured anywhere else, which I think, you know, is a short-sighted goal. I think that we would have to all of a sudden say, well, yeah, in some cases I'd be willing to pay almost double what that thing is going to cost. And I don't know that the pocketbooks of the average consumer are ready for that, especially when we're going to be coming out of this time where, you know, everybody's personal economies are going to be so strapped anyway, right? Like, how do we recover from how do we go back to a period of normalcy economically from something like this, when we've seen all of these economies across the world kind of take a back seat?
So I've heard a lot of differing opinions on this, and what I'll preface it by saying is that I'm not an expert in what comes next, and I think anyone that professes to be is a liar and should be not trusted, because we've never been through this, at least in our lifetime, right? We've never faced a pandemic. We don't know what this looks like on the economic side of things. I think we only have a hint of how deep the recession is going to get before it gets better. But even, you know, that all depends on how many waves there are and how sick people get, and, you know, all of these different things. So we talk about recovery. What I talk about, especially with the businesses that we work with, is how do you stay nimble, right? How do you stay agile enough so that as markets rapidly change, and they're going to continue to do so, you have the systems in place that allow you to try a new experiment and see whether or not you have a buyer for this, or try something different as a consumer to see whether or not you can support more locally and still sustain it, right? So, you know, if you look at the timeline of economic crisis to what the overall sort of sentiment has been afterwards, it's always been get out there with your pocketbooks, right? 9/11,
Yeah.
a week after it happened, the government was calling on people to go shop because that's how you defeat the idealism of the terrorists, right?
Yeah.
So there's this idea that consumerism drives freedom and you know, the economy forward, and in a lot of ways it does. But what I would say is, on the recovery side of things is let's take it slow. It's going to be a while, and try and stay as nimble and as agile as you can throughout this time period, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're starting to see a lot of businesses start to pivot on things that they may not have never really thought about as being an income generator, simply because they are not able to generate income any other way. We're talking about curbside delivery. We're talking about even takeout, you know, places doing takeout that would never even dreamt about doing it necessarily before, now having to find those roles because they've been kind of thrust into this weird economic position. So yeah, you know, part of being successful economically or as a business owner is being able to make those snap decisions and pivot rather quickly when you have to. What's been the biggest area of growth in Windsor-Essex County in terms of economic development, maybe in terms of the type of businesses that we're seeing spring up? What do you see as the major driving factor here? Is it technology? Is it still manufacturing? Is it small entrepreneurship? What's the driving force?
So I would say it's a combination. You know, entrepreneurship, unfortunately, Windsor has been rated quite low, sort of nationally per capita. But I would say the spirit of entrepreneurs, having lived in Toronto and lived in Windsor, is bar none so unbelievably scrappy and resourceful here in Windsor-Essex. The tech companies that we have coming out now are sort of growing up to start supporting the main industries, right? So you have agriculture, you've got manufacturing, you have logistics and warehousing that are these massive sort of pieces to our local economy, and now you have businesses that are supporting those more exclusively. So all of those things sort of come together in a bit of a harmony. You know, I can't sort of point to one particular area and say that's growing the fastest. It's just that we continue to grow, and you know, that might change a little bit as we look at what happens as this pandemic runs its course. But it's all, you know, it's how do we find forward momentum no matter what? And I would say Windsor is particularly apt to take advantage of this time. So if you think about the last economic recession, what happened at the end of it was we had all of these businesses that got greener and leaner and a lot more savvy at how to deal with these types of economic crises. And that's especially on the side of these manufacturers, right? That sometimes get this I would say almost like a bad rap that, you know, we need to move away from them. They know how to keep jobs going in times like this, and so we have to rally against them or towards them and help them lift up the rest of the economy, right? Rising tide and all that.
You know, the other question, I guess the flip side of that question too, is there an area where you see a real need, like a disparate need that we're not filling in the Windsor Essex community in terms of, you know, where we should be funneling opportunities? Because we hear a lot of things, you know, in terms of, I know with my kids, we've already had the conversation about, you know, going to a trade school or going into the skilled trades versus just going out and getting yet another undergraduate diploma pumped out into a workforce that doesn't exist anymore.
That's a great comment. And honestly, if you look at the jobs that are without people, a lot of that is in skilled trades. And I know when I was in high school, the message was you have to go to university and get a degree. There was nothing else even entertained, right? That was the gold standard of education. And now everybody has a bachelor degree, which is, you know, worth the same as a high school diploma at this point. And you got, you know, people in skilled trades that are making, you know, dollars and fists above anybody else. So I think you're right. And I think that's where the sort of the biggest gap is. We've got all of these skilled labor positions and tradespeople that are really missing, or at least, you know, potential employees that are missing the boat. And I'll say too, there's some really amazing organizations in Windsor Essex that are doing a lot of work in that sort of the STEM and trade. So Build a Dream is one of them, right? So they work, now they're across province, but they started in Windsor Essex, highlighting sort of jobs that are available to women that are considered sort of non-traditional, or at least they were, right, until we started making sure that girls knew they were able to do anything that anyone else could. And so they're doing a lot of great work. You know, you've got Windsor Women helping W5, Windsor Immigrant Women helping women, and a bunch of others that are really focusing in on, you know, what is STEM, you know, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, what is, you know, the important stuff to know in the trades, and why is there so many opportunities, right? I think there's a stigmatism that comes along with working in a factory. Once upon a time, it was seen as smokestacks and dirty and, you know, grungy. Now it's like stepping inside of the video game. It's so highly technological. And so sort of changing the way people think about those types of jobs, I think is a big one as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I went to school with the exact same expectation. You know, when I was done with my post-secondary, when I was done with my secondary, post-secondary education was the absolute next thing, whether it was college or university. If you wanted to do something theoretical, you went to college or university. If you wanted to do something practical, you went to college. But there was no mention of trades whatsoever. You know, the other thing that you mentioned was you know, that W5 thing. And that raises another interesting question. It's a question of entitlement. Do you think that, you know, there is a real sense these days in the folks that live in this area of the world where we have this kind of sense of entitlement that, you know, once we're done with our secondary or post-secondary educations, we're supposed to just walk out. Somebody's supposed to hand us the keys to the executive bathroom and we go and accept our vice presidency somewhere. And whereas you see, you know, a lot of people are very angry at say an immigrant family that comes over here and, you know, quote unquote takes jobs away from us. But is that because there are not people here that are willing to do those jobs because they think that, you know, like working in a factory when we were in school was beneath them somehow, which is patently ridiculous. But, you know, I guess my long-winded question is, do we see that there's this kind of real sense of entitlement with today's generation when they come into the workforce?
So I'd be lying if I said I didn't experience that. But what I'd like to talk about more is the majority, right? So we work at the University of Windsor. We work with a lot of students, and I will tell you the majority of them are not entitled. In fact, it's the opposite. They're probably harder working than I ever was at their age. And you know, I can't imagine sort of having all of that on the go and still being so driven. So I think the argument that you're sort of getting at, or something that you hear often too, and I've heard it as well, it comes out of the mouths of like disenfranchised older white males primarily, right? And I think that they're very loud, but they're not the majority. They're actually, at least, you know, I think there's a silent majority that refuses to sort of buy into that, and I think those are the ones that are more right or more on the nose with this. Is there entitlement? Yes, I think that comes along with the fact that we live in sort of this embarrassment of riches sort of world where you can go to the grocery store and get any one food item under the sun, or you can take a look at it and say, like, there's kids out there that are really working hard to get where they're at. Yeah, sorry, I got lost in the question.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You answered it already. It was the sense of entitlement, and there's a great film for those of you who haven't seen it. I would heartily suggest that you see it. It's called Heaven and Earth. It starred Tommy Lee Jones, and it was a really interesting story. He played a rather high up military guy during the Vietnamese War that married a Vietnamese woman and brought her back to the States. And there's this fantastic juxtaposed scene that talks exactly what you're talking about, where she goes into a supermarket for the first time, and it overlays, her and her brother scrounging for grubs on the ground while they're in the middle of this war-torn country. And then she walks into this supermarket, and of course it's exaggerated for effect, but it's these shelves that are a mile high and 6 miles long, and how do we ever possibly find anything in this wealth of choice that we're given? It articulates that point very, very succinctly.
I think it comes down to sustainability, right? And when I talk about economic development, so relatively young profession started with smokestack chasing, right? How do we get factories to move here to where it's at today, which is all about that sustainability piece, right? How do we create a sense of place that makes people want to move, that makes people want to be here? And sustainability has the biggest sort of role to play in that, is that, the way we've been living was never sustainable. Right? It doesn't make sense to ship a banana halfway across the world and to buy it for 10 cents. Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? When there's so many other people that could use it, that they're probably closer to the source, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that when we look at sort of where the economy is going, where the world goes sort of next, you're going to see more regionalism, sort of more local sort of purchasing, and sort of depending more on those like smaller systems of scale.
Yeah.
And then you'll still have the globalization of big products, but I think you'll see the world getting a little bit smaller at the same time.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could kind of work in responsible global economies, right? And have them, that's
the dream.
That's the dream right there. Sorry, speaking of supporting locally, Eric Benici says, can we get a better look at Adam's t-shirt? That's so. Yeah, can you?
It's Southwest Shores. It just says Windsor Essex on it, and that's the entire. I think your t-shirt's the one that's a little bit more viewable there. It's now. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay,
it's an envelope, correct? Sound envelope?
You are right on the money. Yes, this is a sound envelope, and it is basically, this is the fundamental of synthesis of sound right here. So you have attack, delay, sustain, release, and that allows you to shape this envelope in a particular sound. You are the winner, sir. Fantastic. That was great.
So I worked as a DJ for many years, actually.
Oh.
I noticed that the last guest you had on was talking about a wedding DJ that can't get the crowd to dance.
Yeah.
And so what do you do? And the answer to that is, of course, to cry and then play something on loop until people are drunk enough to get back on the dance floor. It's really
you announce
the only way to do it.
You announce that the bar is in fact still open, and you invite people to go and.
Yeah, you just get them drunk enough to put on "Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy," and then you're pretty good.
And your goal. And for the record, there is not enough alcohol you can buy me to play the song "Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy" as a musician. I'm just throwing that out there right now. But I will happily accept the challenge of you trying to find that much alcohol.
But fair enough.
What can you say, with your work with WeTech and so on and so forth? What would you say is your biggest, maybe not success story, but something that's made you the proudest, something that you kind of had a hand in, that you went, wow, I had something to do with that, and that makes me really proud?
That's a really good question. I have lots of clients. I've worked with probably over 300 businesses in Windsor and Essex over the course of my career, and lots of startups in the last little bit too. And I would say there's no one thing that's made me super proud. Obviously, you have a client that lands sort of 20 million in funding, and that makes you feel like you've accomplished something. But really, what we do every single day is work with these incredible entrepreneurs, whether they're in sort of a high-tech capacity or now more recently in sort of the smaller business type leadership roles. And I'll tell you, the proudest that I've ever been is just watching all of them, any of them succeed. It's such a tough thing to be an entrepreneur, right? I started my first business when I was 15, and it was such a grind, right? 16-hour days on top of school, and so I know what that's like. And yeah, I just think I'm so proud every single day when we get a list full of clients that wants to come in and work with me on something, because it means that they're still giving her, they're still trying,
Yeah.
That really makes me come back day after day to, I guess now, to my computer screen to video call people.
Yeah. Well, what's an example of something that you can give out to somebody that's having a little bit of struggle with their entrepreneurial idea, or the idea of being an entrepreneur or starting their own business? And what's the thing you would tell them before they just throw in the towel? You know what I mean? Like what's give me the Rocky motivational speech, Rock. We're at the end. We're at the end here. Adrian's crying over there. You're bleeding from the eye. It looks like it's the end. Give me the elevator pitch. Save my business idea.
Yeah. So what it comes down to is that entrepreneurs aren't entrepreneurs based on the business that they currently run. They're entrepreneurs based on the fact that they're able to take an idea and turn it into something that they wrap a business model around. So if your current business isn't working, as hard as it is to accept, sometimes you have to take off in a new direction. And that's why sort of this idea that you see startup culture, and why startups are so successful at being adaptive is because they're not married to anything. They're going to try whatever idea that sort of comes to them in a sustainable way, right? So they can test out their sort of assumptions and run a bit of an experiment. And then when they find some traction, they move in the right direction. And so I think that, when we get these small businesses, especially now, right? So we're working with Epicenter at University of Windsor on a program called Epic Nimble. And Epic Nimble is basically a program that allows small businesses to apply for sort of startup grants that allows them to adopt technology. And so we went through probably 53 or 54 applications for 7 spots. And all of these businesses are obviously, coming up against some of the toughest times they've ever faced due to COVID and due to sort of the economic sort of standoff that's happening because of it. And what I want to tell every single one of them is that, what comes next is this opportunity to invent and to be innovative and to create something new and to sort of wipe the slate clean, because everyone's starting from ground zero right now. No one's an expert in this time, as I said earlier, right? So you all have this, same opportunity to really create something great here. And that's it, man. Just like lean on yourself as an entrepreneur, trust yourself. Don't trust your business, right? Your business could change at the drop of a hat. What'll get you through is your ability to sort of be nimble and agile and create something new in a vacuum, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned, learning things and being able to be nimble and things like that. How important is it to that we look at the success of economic development in other regions and in other countries and learn how to apply those to our own area?
It's absolutely crucial. There's no way to do it without taking models from other places. And there's lots of really good examples, especially when you look at cities of our size, even in Ontario, that have done really phenomenal things to sort of turn stuff around. So a really good example of this, actually, we're working with, I'm not sure if you've heard of the Ontario Tourism Innovation Lab. So they started here in Windsor with a program called Spark Mentorship, which gives businesses sort of a little bit of funding to recreate an idea or to come up with a new idea in the tourism space. But anyways, we're doing a sort of a round of workshops specifically called Digital Shift, right? Which is trying to teach these tourism-based businesses how to move into the new sort of digital economy. And one of the things that we're finding is that this sort of innovation spirit is so present across Ontario. And this program runs across Ontario, so we get to sort of see this amazing sort of cornucopia of things. One of them is in Belleville. So Belleville started a program that essentially put an online district marketplace together. So if you want to shop in Belleville's downtown right now, all the stores are closed, but you can go to this online portal and you can shop at any store at once, right? Add everything in your cart at once, pay once, instead of having to go to individual websites, and actually have that sort of experience online. They put that together in a matter of a couple of months. And they're really great. I know the economic development team over in Belleville. We're actually having a conversation with them in June. They're amazing. And that kind of stuff is really cool. And now we've got a company, Splice Digital in Windsor, actually on Ottawa Street.
Yeah.
They've created Shop My Town, right? And Shop My Town is essentially, one of the sort of ways that you can do this is you district these areas. So VIA could potentially apply for it, and you shop, Ottawa Street, for example, and all of the shops that you're looking for are sort of there. So, I think it really comes down to this idea that there's models everywhere that you can look at. And even when dealing with the pandemic, right, there's countries that have done it really, really well, right? If you look at what happened within Japan, there's some really good lessons there. South Korea, places that, should have been devastated by it, when they've looked at other models, they're able to sort of adapt, right? So it's always. Did you know Mark Biscario well?
Not well, no, but I knew of him. Yeah.
So he had a line, and I didn't know him well either, but I worked with him on a couple things, and he always used to say he loved R&D, which is rip off and duplicate. And so he would take his team to places all over North America, and they'd take a look at what other restaurants were doing really well, and they'd come and they'd say, how can we adapt this for our local scene? And I think, some of the most amazing ideas that came out of that were all sort of these adaptations, right? You don't have to invent the wheel. That's so much work to come up with brand new ideas all the time. No one has time for that. It's exhausting. Look at what already works and see how we can sort of build it into what exists here.
And that you make an excellent example of probably in my books would have been one of the greatest entrepreneurial startups of all time, which was Apple Computer, right? It started with two guys in their garage, and they had absolutely nothing going for them except this love of this project that they wanted to do. But the two things that I think were really that they applied that I think people would do well to remember was that number one, they had nobody tell them no, in the sense that they didn't have to go to a group of engineers or theoreticists or whatever, theorists, and say, we want to do this, and they would come back and go, well, you can't because of this and this and this. They were just free to experiment with whatever they wanted until it either worked or it didn't work, and that was kind of the engine of their initial growth, right? The second was, Steve Jobs' famous quote is that, good artists create, great artists steal. And, you don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel to be an innovator. An innovator can say, well, yeah, if we take that wheel and we streamline the walls a little bit and we, fill it with air instead of, pure rubber, it'll go, you know what I mean? Like you're taking it, the real strength of innovation is to take an idea that's there or a process that's there and just make it better. Right? Steve Jobs
it's the first rule of improv, right? Literally that's all it is. Is don't say no. Continue, build on what exists instead of trying to conjure something up all the time. We have a limited number of thoughts that could ever be processed in our human brains.
Yeah.
Let's figure out something that already works, right?
Yeah. I mean, Steve Jobs did not invent the portable music player, but he certainly changed it to, the redefining of how we consume music, right?
100%. Although I did get cramps really bad in my thumb from trying to go through all motions. And then there was that game on it. I don't know if you remember that the original one came with Snake, and you were like, "What is this? Is terrible."
That's before we really knew what the iPod was going to do. Yeah, we got to give them a little bit of slack on that.
That's crazy to think about how far things have come just from then.
It's not. There are times when. So I look at my grandfather, as an example of a person where he was an entrepreneurial spirit. They came over from Europe in the 50s. They left white collar, white collar middle bracket jobs where they were doing very successfully to come here. My grandfather started here cleaning toilets because that's what you had to do to put food on the table. Eventually, built himself up where he owned several businesses and so on and so forth. Now I've gotten lost in this story.
That's okay.
Oh, right. No, yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. So my grandfather, but he was one of those people, like when he was born, there were no cars on the road. Okay, so let's keep in mind that he came from having no cars to an iPad. And if it were me, I would be in a cave somewhere, you know, with my fire going and my angry sketches on the walls about how the civilization's been destroyed. But here's somebody who was able to kind of take that technology and understand the uses of it and understand how to make it, you know, suit what he needed to do. So I just had to
for sure.
put that in there.
Yeah, no, it puts things into perspective. And it also, you know, I oftentimes, so I'll go over to my mom's house and I joke that I'm just her IT consultant. Mm-hmm. Right, it's like you'll go over and it's like I need this computer updated and how you gonna fix this?
Yeah.
And at first you're always like, oh, I don't want to do that. Like, can't you do it? It's so easy. But then it's like, no. You were born in 53. Like that wasn't it wasn't a thing until I brought a computer into her house. It was the first time she ever used one.
Yeah.
So it's my fault. I'm wrong here. But really, yeah, it's we've had more time to adapt than previous generations. It's just sort of the breakneck speed at which things have. Can you imagine having a live video chat when we were in high school?
Yeah, I mean it was on the Jetsons, so come on.
It was the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
Calm.
Yeah.
It was like a tiny shell and it would flip open as a cell phone. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. 20 years later, we're all doing it.
Yeah.
Minus April and that stuff.
And I'll go you back one further. I used to watch a show called Johnny Sacco and His Giant Robot. That's how old I am. This was like stop motion.
So I know how old you are because you told us you had and now I forget the name of it, but
the Mangle. Yes, the Mangle. And you're like, there's no way you owned one. We did.
There's no way you didn't. No, it's impossible. I looked it up. It's the oldest machine known to man.
We 100% owned one. I'm not saying that we used it very often, but we absolutely owned. My grandparents used it. They used it to do.
Did they use it ironically though, or was it a real tool?
This was the age before the ironic use of things.
100% you can see. Yeah. The hipsters will find out about Mangles and they will be on every doorstep next year. I guarantee it.
The plaid shirt, man bun folks are going to be up there with their organic coffees doing the fitted sheets through the Mangles. That's exactly.
Well, how else are you going to mangle your hemp made cloth masks?
That's exactly. I'm glad we're on the same page about this.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to thank you so much for being willing to do this. This
was an absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Oh well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I want to ask you this question. In a time like this, when we're all very unsure about our personal economies, let alone the global economy, right? Some of us have set aside a little rainy day fund that has probably now dried up. So there may be people that are taking this time and reevaluating their situations and saying, you know what, I've been a widget maker for 30 years, but I've often thought that I can make widgets better by doing this. But how welcoming of a time is it right now for people to shift over to maybe want to try to do something on their own? Like, are we living in a time right now where it's challenging because there's just not enough of your own personal finances to go around to reinvent yourself? Or because of this forced time, is it a great time to reinvent yourself, I guess?
Yeah, so I always opt on the side of invent yourself or reinvent yourself. And I think that way specifically because with what we're able to teach at WeTech, I know for a fact that there's frameworks for you to employ experiments, right, to test out ideas without spending the rest of your life or all of your life savings trying to get it done. There's really simple ways that you can do that to create sort of a framework around this is what I think could work. Here's how I'm going to test it. And using technology, we're able to do that better than any other time in history, right? You've got unlimited access to people to view your idea. You have unlimited access to digital means to create things without having to go and physically make them, right? So you can do that as well. And then you've got this unlimited access to connect with folks in very specific groups as well. So it isn't enough the fact that we have the internet and it's connected to billions of people. We're able to look on Facebook and connect to the one group that really loves history in Windsor, Essex, or the other group that raises poodles out of their basement dog grooming department.
Yeah.
you can find whoever you're looking for, whatever your target audience is, you can find them in this really neatly packaged place that you can get things in front of and be like, hey, does this drive value for you? Is this something you buy into? And if you can get enough of that traction, then it's worth investing in, right? So then, of course, you have to believe in yourself enough to spend your own money, right? Everyone needs to put skin in the game. But at the same time, there's ways to do these things that gives you the opportunity to test out your ideas, your assumptions, before you're actually, over your head and investing.
Yeah.
And I would also say, too, when it comes to technology, there's manual ways to test out what you want to create eventually in a tech space. So if you want to connect manufacturers together using a portal that allows them to talk back and forth, you could be that portal, right? You could manually do that for them first before you realize there's enough there to build something next, right? Or if you want to be the person that connects cancer patients with potential clinical trials, you can create a portal that has AI to do that. That's totally possible, and scours all the clinical trials around the globe. You can also be a navigator yourself and do that with your own two hands, right? And make sure that it works as a model, as a system first. So dive in. There's never a good time to make giant life changes, right? There's always a reason why not. And this isn't any different. So you just gotta sort of stick with it, try something new, test the water safely. And again, it all comes down to sustainability, right? How long can I do this that it works, and how long am I able to sort of make these changes and test out all these crazy ideas, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they're not that crazy. I guarantee that half of the biggest inventions in our life right now, and not just inventions but innovations, someone said that won't work. That's never going to work. We go back to the iPod. There's no way that we're going to have a palm-sized computer that's more powerful than what got us to the moon in the first place.
Right.
But then they did it, right? So try it out. And there's safe ways to do it. Actually, we have a podcast called Innovation Alchemy, myself and my colleague Adam Fry. It's on Spotify if you want to check it out. And we basically go through the entire process of how do you have an idea that's in your head, how do we get it into paper, how do we get it into real life and sort of turn it into something with legs, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think if you can take a few moments when we're concluded here, and just kind of in the video comments pop in some links to some of the things that WeTech are doing or that you're doing, especially to the podcast as well, so people can check it out, because I think that's fantastic. I'm going to probably pick your brain later about this little card game company that some friends of mine and I have started up, because we need help.
So you're working with it's David Duke with that, right?
Yeah.
So that? Very cool. I absolutely love your game. I absolutely love it. I like the art. I like everything about it. I'm a huge tabletop fan.
What?
And I think it's really cool.
Well, okay, so two things are going to come out of this conversation right now. First is you're on the short list of the next batch of testers, if you're interested.
Cool. Yeah, I literally, so my wife and I, every night while we play dinner, we pick a different game to play, and so I just got a new shipment in Lost in the Forest, but I love it. I absolutely love it. I think it's so cool.
Nice. Well, okay, so you're on the short list for sure, and then we're gonna have other conversations, because I clearly have no idea what I'm doing, and it's starting to show.
That's okay. That's part of the process, right? That's part of the learning process.
Yeah. All right, my friend. This has been wonderful. Thank you so much. Now I just want to have a play testing session right now. But this.
Okay, I feel bad that I interrupted the music. You're very talented. I'm really glad that AJ recommended it, and of course you're part of the Brandon's Brothers group from Brandon Stanley. But this has been great, and please, anytime I'm up for having a conversation, it'd be great.
That's fantastic, man. I thank you so much for the kind words and for agreeing to be a part of it for sure. And please do drop in those comments there so people can check it out. I would really love for them to do that.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, and take care of yourself.
All right, my friend. You too.
Bye.
Well, there you go. That was just chock-a-lock full of interesting tidbits to talk about. Yeah, so good, so good. Always nice to see when people are willing to kind of spur economic development in this area. And Eric Benici says, "Come, Giant Robot! I love Johnny Sacco and Ultraman too. Absolutely, man. Channel 50, WKBD in this area. That was it. Johnny Sacco and his Giant Robot. Where I was going with that was the fact that Johnny Sacco had this giant radio watch. I think it did video as well, where you could call the giant robot or whatever. And anytime Johnny Sacco would get, captured by the bad guys, they would always strip him of every piece of technology he had, except for this giant watch on his wrist. I don't know. Bad guys. Bad guy logic. What are you going to do? We're going to take a break here to acknowledge some folks, and then we are going to play some new music from the Moore Avenue Underground that was sent to me, thankfully. And then we'll see if we get a song or two in before we speak with our final guest of the evening. We'll be right back. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Room Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1-4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall. some more upbeat toe-tapping rhythms from those folks from Aylmer. The Moore Avenue Underground. We're going to be talking with Josh Cadet at some point as well. Bring up one of these songs if the tablet ever decides to obey me. Here we go. So let's try this one out for size. We got about 6 minutes before our final guest of the evening. So let's see here.
Has our conscience shown? Has the sweet wind blown? Has all the kindness gone? Hope still lingers on. Dream myself a newfound pity, sit alone in New York City, and I don't know why. Don't know why. Are we listening? Hymns of offering. Have we eyes to see? Love is gathering. All the words that I've been reading now started the act of bleeding into one, into one. So I walk upon high and I step to the edge to see my world below. And I laugh at myself while the tears roll down. 'Cause it's a world I know, it's a world I know. All the words that I've been reading now started the act of bleeding into one, into one. So I walked upon high and I stepped to the edge to see my world below. And I laughed at myself while the tears rolled down. 'Cause it's a world I know, oh, it's a world I know. So I walked upon high and I stepped to the edge to see my world below. And I laughed at myself while the tears rolled down. It's a world I know, it's a world I know. Love gets so lost sometimes. the edge to see the world below. And I laughed to myself while the tears roll down. It's a world I know, it's a world I know.
Ah, the Finata at the end. All right. Well, we've reached the point in the evening where we're talking to our, or we shall be talking to our very last guest. Be interesting speaking with Sarah, because we'll hear a little bit about a profession that we haven't been able to talk very much about on the program thus far. And look at that. She's already turning her phone sideways to make sure that we get nice widescreen footage, although it's not working. It seems to have locked itself in portrait mode. So now we're just seeing you sideways. Don't worry, you're not live yet. I'm just talking to you, and you can hear me, but no one else can hear you yet. So you're just sideways now, so you might have to turn your phone back. And maybe try turning it the other way and see if it wants to flip over. Nope. It just wants to stay in portrait mode. Portrait mode it is. Listen, it's framing your face nicely. It'll be good. The only thing I'm going to ask is if we just drop it down a bit, because we got a lot of room on the top of your head and not so much. There we go. And I just don't want your title card to cover up your face. Just maybe down a little bit more. A little bit more. We're about halfway. No, we're good. Oh, we're rejigging things. All right, hang on. We're rejigging things. This is the exciting part of live television, folks. It's perfect. When I spring these things on my poor, unsuspecting guests. All right. That's not bad. That's not bad. All right, let's go over and bring her over. We'll see. We'll see how well the title card goes. See, the title card's covering you up still a little bit, but that's okay, because once I go to the large screen, it's perfect. Awesome. Yeah, just sit up straight. Sit up straight, as Mom used to say.
Crisscross applesauce, but you know.
Hey, Sarah. How are you?
Hey, I'm wonderful. How are you, Mr. Christopher?
I'm doing very well. And first, let me ask the most important question, and that is those around you and yourself. You're doing okay? Everybody's happy and healthy?
Yes, we're all good, happy, healthy, plugging along. Yep.
All right, perfect. Well, now with the niceties out of the way, let's get down to the brass tacks of this here interview. See? It's not going to be that hardcore, trust me. Well, two of the reasons that I was kind of excited to talk with you is, well, I mean, obviously, you know, we're friends, and that certainly plays into it, because it's a great opportunity to catch up with friends. But you also have had the chance to work in a couple of different industries that really are being hammered on right now because of this whole COVID situation. I want to talk to you a little bit at first about the fact that you owned or co-owned and operated a bar in Kingsville called Shakers. Can you walk us a little bit through that? What led to the decision that you wanted to even try that in the first place? Because that's such a weird industry.
Well, it's embarrassing, but I would have to say, as a teenager, I thought when I watched Coyote Ugly, that's super cool. I want to own a bar. I think everyone who ever watched Coyote Ugly was like, I want to own a bar. Other than that, it kind of was completely not on my landscape at all. But at that certain point in my life, it was kind of offered up, and it was like, whoa, we could do that. And it just kind of went from there. Just a lot of ambition and a lot of hopes, and and I was very much involved at that time in the bar scene, as far as being, like, I used to be a band wife, and I loved like live bands and the local music scene, and kind of went from there.
Yeah, and you guys had the fortune of taking over. It used to be Splats in Kingsville, and it was a beloved spot. And you guys managed to retain that clientele and even grow it. I would argue to some extent. What was the most rewarding part of that whole experience for you, if there was one, or was it just basically a lot of hard work and slogging through it?
Oh, there was definitely rewarding parts, or else you wouldn't stick it out, right? Just the clientele, the customers, the young people enjoying the live bands, which young people don't anymore. Like it's all everything's digital and DJs and whatever. And that's not to say anything's wrong with DJs. I mean, I had a beloved DJ that worked at the bar, but young people enjoying live music, all that kind of thing. And at the end of the night when we closed down, there'd be a few stragglers, the young kids, and I was kind of like the bar mom, and advise them, and they tell me their stuff, and I'd help them out. Like I miss that part of it, like the clientele.
Yeah. What's something that you necessarily wouldn't miss about having to run the bar? Even it can be something as mundane as the day-to-day operations, or what was the biggest headache that was in there?
Just some of the bad stuff that goes on, that you don't condone, that you don't want there, but is inherent to that industry, to that, unfortunately, some parts of that clientele that you have to deal with that you don't want to, that you wish you could have like a slamming party without all the stuff that the ugly stuff.
Sure. Yeah. Well, by that, oftentimes we enter into these kind of business ventures or whatever, wearing the rose-colored glasses of the Coyote Ugly moments, right? It's like, oh, this is exactly what it's going to be like. We're going to be dancing on the bars. It's going to be nothing but a nonstop good time. What was the thing that really kind of brought it down to earth for you?
I think just seeing some of the younger people doing stuff that, I mean, I'm a mom too, right? I have a son who's now 20. And just seeing some of the 19, 20, 21-year-olds doing stuff that I would be like, oh my God, you jump in and be like, go home, get to your room, and you couldn't be in that spot. But just seeing some of the stuff that was hard for me. Like I said, as a parent, seeing some of the younger people doing stuff that you can't condone and you can't be behind.
Yeah. You mentioned, the young folks kind of really enjoying the live music, and that was certainly a huge part of what you folks were doing. And how important was it to you to carry on that tradition of live music in Kingsville? Because really you were one of two places that was able to showcase any kind of live music.
Yeah, no, that was humongous. Like I said, we had an awesome DJ that did DJ on some nights and did our karaoke nights, and she was fantastic and people loved it. But, some of the bands, like when I was about 19, I remember going to the Village Inn in Leamington, and there was bands, and that was fun, and I thought it was super cool. But I thought like it kind of had gone out of fad kind of thing, and I didn't realize the big live band scene that was in Windsor still, because I was still in Kingsville, right? I was a bit sheltered, but just seeing how people really responded to local bands and like Almost Famous, like J Sharp Major, hi, Big Wiggle. Rock of Ages, like we had such a great response, even from 20-year-olds to 50 to 60, because we had such a broad range of age groups that would come in, and everyone just loved it. Like you had like 60-year-old dancing with 20-year-olds, and they're all knowing the same songs, and it was just a party, and it was awesome. It was lovely to see everyone come together with awesome music.
Yeah.
As
I often thought that, if you gave people in the county a reason not to have to drive into the city, right, to be able to go and, listen to music or hang out or whatever, if you gave them a spot that was their own, they would do that over driving into the city. Was that your experience? Did you find that people really appreciated having something that was homegrown?
Absolutely. They definitely did, and we saw that just by the amount of people that came out, but we also had people tell us that they were so excited to have somewhere cool to go, that they didn't have to go to Windsor and get a hotel room, or, worry about $100 for a taxi back, or worry about getting pulled over for driving, drinking. Like, so many of the so many of the younger generations, and I mean, I know I'm going on about the younger people, but to me, that's who loves the bar scene most, right? Like the 20 somethings. And they were like super appreciative to be able to go somewhere where they didn't have to worry about how they're getting home. They could just like walk home, right?
Yeah.
And they could have the same experience. They could have the club experience. They could have the live music. Yeah.
One of the things that you must have seen firsthand, certainly when you were running the bar, but also, just being the band wife and listening to stories about venues, is that a lot of these venues, they struggle on a week to week basis sometimes in terms of oh, we had a really great weekend, so next week is looking pretty good, or oh my goodness, this weekend we didn't do so hot and I don't know what we're going to do about next week. What does that do to a business like that now, where we haven't been able to be open for going on 3 months? What do you anticipate the bar scene is going to look like coming out of this?
I mean, really, I had no idea. Like, I know for us, like, we could have a weekend where I rang out the till at the end of the night and went, holy mama, and jumped for joy. And then we had other weekends where it was like, oh. And I mean, we're not a restaurant, right? We didn't have food service. We didn't have takeout. We didn't have delivery to go, any of that stuff. So for people who are just a bar, who are, depend on the clients coming in and seeing a band or even a DJ or anything, I don't know how they're going to do it. I really don't. It's not, I mean, unless we were doing it wrong. If you don't have food, if you're just a bar with entertainment, it's not a major money-making experience. It's really not. And if you don't love it because of the clientele and the music and the atmosphere, you're not doing that because it's your moneymaker. You're really not. So for people, people that have businesses that's their main deal, I worry for them. I really do.
Yeah. What do you, there seems to be a real thing in this area, and maybe it's not just this area. I can only speak of this area because it's really the only place I know. But there seems to be this thing, especially in Windsor, about bars and clubs that open up for a little while, and it's the new thing, and everybody's really into it, and then a few months later, what's new is old again, and it just closed down. It's like this constantly recycling bar scene. Is that just is that something that's unique to this area, or is that kind of typical about how the whole bar scene works?
I think that's typical to any industry. I mean, if you just take the same model and keep repeating and repeating and repeating, it's the whole thing. It's a new fad, right? So if I open this business, it's going to do great because it's brand new and everyone's so excited until the novelty wears off. And then the guy down the street opens the same business and it's going to go great until the novelty wears off. Like, if there's nothing new, if there's nothing to keep people coming back, they're not going to. They're all going to experience it once or twice, 3 times, and then move on.
So what do you then attribute to the success that Shakers had? Because essentially, not to put too fine a point on it, but Shakers was a bar that had live music, just like many other bars that have live music. But you guys consistently had a fantastic crowd. What was the secret to that success?
Well, I mean, I would have to, first of all, say, that it was well established to start with when it was Flats. When Todd and Trina had it, they had a good clientele already. And then my ex-partner had, he had a lot of time, a lot of years in the band industry, and he really had a dedication to bringing live music back. And that wasn't something that was big in Kingsville. You might get like, a single guy or a duo in like a smaller kind of venue, but to have big bands playing every weekend, and especially like our outdoor kind of things that we had, like when it was Flats, they did have bands, but some of the bigger bands were far and few between. We tried to do them more often and make like bigger, I mean, we had Destroyer, right?
Yeah.
We had some pretty big names there. And I think people appreciated that, and that really helped out, and people really liked it.
Yeah. So economically speaking, though, how much of how on the fence were you guys when it came time to deciding, well, we could lose a seating area of maybe 6 or 7 tables on the inside of the bar to this big stage that we have to put in to have bands? Did it work itself out that way, that sacrificing that seating area or that servable area to have a band that was offset by the fact that there was a band that people were coming to see?
That's such a loaded question. I mean, you know, losing some seating area to a bigger stage area for a band definitely was important because we mostly cared about the customers and what they were coming to see. You know, I mean, you know, I'm a karaoke queen. I could go and sit in the corner and sing, and people come in and buy beers, but like that's not what they're wanting, right? They're wanting like to see really great acts, and we provided that. Where we really had trouble was mostly with like liquor licensing stuff, where as soon as you put a tent up or a stage or whatever else, you lose capacity. And you can have this many people here and that many people there, but you can't have that many people all together. Like there was a lot of the red tape stuff really hurt us, I think.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think the main focus for Shakers was trying to give people what they wanted. And maybe we were naive to think that we could make money that way. But I think the short time we were there, people really, really loved it and really had a great time every time they came out.
Yeah, I agree. I think that place really developed a name for itself beyond the Splats name. You know, like it became the place that you would want to go to hang out. I think you guys ought to be commended for that because that's not an easy job to do. And, you know, I had the good fortune of playing there a couple of times. We had a blast every time we did.
We did. Yeah, we all had fun.
Yeah, it was a good time. Apart from your waitress taking my stage name, but that's okay. I'll take that up with her.
You're the original Big Sexy.
What's that?
You were the original Big Sexy.
That's right. I was more the big part of Big Sexy. That's how the joke worked in the group, right? Like I'm the big part, Dave's the sexy part. That's how it works. What would you say to somebody if I were to say to you tomorrow, you know what, Sarah, I really enjoyed what you guys did out at Shakers. I'm going to open my own bar. What would you tell me?
I'd say, so that's like your side hustle, right? I mean, I can say that like, laughing, but I mean, you can't have it as a side hustle. It takes up so much time. I mean, we were only open Thursday, Friday, Saturday, but we were open in our hearts and in our minds, you know, 12 days a week, right?
Yeah.
So it's a big to do. But, you know, like I said, if you're not a restaurant as well, or if you're not like a Dave and Buster's where you have a billion children playing arcade games, like if you're just hoping to make money on alcohol, especially in a smaller venue because of the restrictions of capacity and all that kind of stuff, be a bartender, be a waitress, enjoy the bands, sling the drinks, make the tips, man.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
You know, that often raises another question in terms of, you know, when you have a smaller capacity venue, the turnover rate becomes super important, right? You want to have that fine line between having people there that are enjoying their lubrication, their liquid lubrication, shall we say, and continuing in that. And then you have the other problem where what if you have a table of, you know, people who are nursing one drink for like, you know, 3 hours at a time, and you realize that space could be better utilized with people that are kind of, you know, making a greater economic contribution. Does that kind of play into it more when it's a smaller capacity venue?
It does, and I think that's the difference between having a smaller venue bar as your main like source of income. There was another bar in town, and I don't know their ins and outs financially, but I know that they more had clientele that would kind of, you know, nurse their drinks a little bit more, hang out, enjoy the music, and you know, and that's fine, and that's awesome. Like those people are having a great time, right? They're enjoying the band, they're having, you know, 2-3 drinks, and they're enjoying it, and that's perfect, and that's what you want. But again, doesn't pay the bills, right?
Yeah.
And then you're on the other side where, yeah, we're paying the bills, but then this kid just had way too many drinks. Do you know? Like it's so hard. So I mean, if you have a lot of income behind you, and you're set and you're stable in what you're doing, and you want to do this like a side thing just for the enjoyment, and you can afford to have a clientele that just nurses a few drinks and enjoys the band, then that's awesome. But I don't know that many people are in that position.
Yeah, I agree. I think it makes it a little easier on you when you have a larger venue where you can kind of shuffle these people off to the side, or you can have the dedicated area for the drink nursers because that's what they're going to do, but you can still have that revolving clientele come through the door, right?
Yeah, that's the whole thing about the entertainment industry, right? You don't want to force people to enjoy their night the way that you want them to for your economic advantage, right? Like, I don't want you to drink 5,000 drinks because it's going to make me more money if you're going to go home and feel like shit and not remember the band. That's
Right.
not the point.
Yeah. Agreed. Well, let's move away from the bar scene into your other job, and that is as a hairstylist. And this is something that if you were to ask me,
My main gig.
your main gig, yeah, the day gig. If you were to ask me at the beginning of this pandemic, going 2 months in, what the thing that people would be screaming about the most, getting their hair did would probably not have even made it on my radar. But it seems to me that is the number one thing that people are going berserk over and can't wait to do. That's the very first thing that they want to do when these things get lifted and we can do that. Why do you think that is? Why is that such a huge draw for so many of us?
It's comfort. It's comfort. And that's the reason why someone that might not have all the money in the world will save, on whatever bill or going out or buying whatever to save money to get their hair done because it's comfort. It's not just looks, That's one of the things about being in the hairstyling industry is, there's a vulnerability that comes between the client and the hairstylist because we're one of the only people in any industry that's licensed by the government to touch your body. Like, we put our hands on your head. We're in your personal space. There's a vulnerability there, and that's what makes people, share things with us that they might not share with other people. And it's because it's a comfort, it's a security, it's a soothing. It's not just about getting your roots did, although I need mine did like a million years ago. But it's the security. I mean, I have clients where, I did their hair when they were in grade school, and I did their hair for prom, and I did their hair for their wedding, and now I do their baby's hair and their children's hair.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just a haircut. There's the comfort there.
It's funny because you kind of moved from those two different industries where that support role or that psychology role or whatever is extremely important. You have the stylist and you have the bartender. I mean, those are two literally, and typically seems to be on the, typically women go to the stylist to talk about their stuff, men go and cry to their bartenders, I guess, if you want to be horribly sexist about it.
I've always made that joke that, there's the hairstylist, there's the bartender, there's the psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Bartenders and hairstylists get paid much less, but you know what? We care much more. We're not paid to care. We actually do care.
Right.
That's the difference.
That's a good way of looking at it. What initially led you down that path? My grandmother was a hairstyling instructor. She taught at Marvell Beauty School, and then she had a place of her own as well.
Now I don't know who your grandmother was. Maybe she taught me.
Pia Rossi. This would have been quite some time ago.
Okay, maybe not.
Yeah, quite some time ago. Anyway.
21 years. So.
Yeah, but it's weird. For example, she taught my sister-in-law, which was the weirdest thing. That's one of those weird connections we found out. Anyway, what was it that made you want to get into doing
that? Well, that's okay. So when I was a kid, I never thought about being a hairstylist at all. I wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to be a lawyer. I wanted to be anything typically nerdy that there could be because I was like the browner in school. I was not the pretty girl for even 1 second. None of that stuff. I did have crazy hair though. So as a young teenager, I started to try to tackle my own hair. So maybe that's part of it. I wanted to teach people to, not have the demons I had with my crazy nest. You know about that, Chris. You have one too.
Whoa, wait a second. Did you just cast aspersions on my lovely, luscious locks from afar? Is that?
I have the same issue. This is like tamed. It's fine.
All right.
But what happened was, I got married when I was 19. And then when I was almost 21, we had our first child, my only child, my son. And then all of a sudden, that marriage didn't quite work out how it was supposed to work out. And so I was left in the spot where you better get a career like pronto, because now you have this child to raise. And I thought, oh my gosh, what can I do really quick? I don't know what to do, you know? And I thought, well, maybe I'll be a hairdresser, because I had this awesome hairdresser myself as a teenager. Her name is Kim. She'll probably watch this later. Hey, Kim. And I just thought she was the coolest thing in the world. She was so pretty and so smart and so hip. And I thought, I want to be like her. And, you know, I was 20, you know, what the hell?
Yeah.
So I went to school, and I was actually good at it, and I did really well. And, yeah, I came out of school. I had my son. I finished school a little bit late because I went and started doing hair at a chain salon, as well as doing school at the same time, because I needed to start earning. And eventually that's what happened, and that's how I started.
Well, this, you know, and it's interesting because not a lot of people know this, but there are similarities between cutting hair and driving a cab, and I'll lay. Yeah, I know. I was waiting for that look, and that the similarity is that there are some hairdressers who own their own salons, or, you know, own the chair in the salons, and then there are other stylists who have to rent the chair. Just like there are some cab drivers that own the cabs, and some cab drivers that rent out their cabs to other drivers. What do you see coming out of this weird time that we're in right now for those folks that have to rent chairs? Because that's already a bit of a struggle, right? They're financially a little bit behind because they're paying for that space. Are we going to see, you know, the same kind of decimation happen to, you know, hairstyling that we've seen, or that we're anticipating being seen with the smaller clubs and the smaller performers?
I mean, I don't know how to compare hairstyling to like clubs and performers. I know that it's going to be really difficult when we go back. I mean, you know, everyone right now, like you said, everyone's like, oh my God, I need my hair done, right? Haircut, roots done, whatever. And so everyone's saying, oh, you guys are going to be so busy. It's going to be crazy. You're going to make so much money. But we're not necessarily, because even though there might be 1,000 people waiting, there's so many new regulations, right? So we have to have so many feet between each stylist. We can't, like, we used to be able to do 2 colors at once, you know, apply one color, sit her off to the side, apply another one, and kind of juggle them both. We can't do that now. It's one person at a time. It's so many minutes between each client so we can clean properly. It's so much space between stylists, so we can't work the same hours we used to work. So that's going to make a big difference. We can't just kind of pile everyone in and act like it's Christmas for months, you know?
Yeah, and I think where I was going with that mainly was not necessarily looking for a direct comparison between like the stylists and the clubs, but just in the sense that, do you think that this is really going to hurt those folks that have to rent a chair as opposed to owning a salon, or are they going to come out on top? You know, because of the overhead of having to own the salon, you know, adds to the bills. Like who's going to benefit?
Who's going to benefit is those who work in chain salons, because it doesn't matter how many clients there is sort of little commission things or whatever, but it doesn't matter how many clients typically you serve in a day. If you work in a chain like a First Choice Haircutters, Smart Cuts, Fantastic Sam's, that kind of thing, you're paid hourly. So if you're there for 7 hours, if you service 3 customers or 14 customers, you generally get the same amount of pay. If you own a salon, I mean, I don't know exactly how good it is for owners and what the setbacks will be, but I know there are loans kind of in place and certain government help for owners of businesses. For the renter, like right now, I'm on the CERB, so I'm getting the CERB amount a month. And when I go back to work, like I said, I'm going to be making a lot less than I was, just because I can't service the amount of customers that I used to. So I think the best are going to have it is the chain salon kind of workers that are like the, you know, so much per hour no matter what you do.
Now, do you think that we will see a great surge of people trying to get back now into a chain salon as opposed to the folks that are kind of going out on their own?
I don't think so. I don't think you're going to see a surge. I mean, there might be a few, but generally, I mean, unless maybe they're only 1 or 2 years out of a chain into their own kind of a rental situation. But like for myself, I used to work at a chain when I first started. I managed a chain, but I owned a salon too for 5 years. So I did 4 years in a chain where part-time was managerial. And then I owned my own salon for 5 years. And now I have been a renter for about 10, 11 years or so. For me, I can't imagine going back to a chain situation, just because even with the, being able to service fewer clients, I don't think that I could make the money that I need to support. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep, absolutely. Yep. I want to ask you, it's going to be a two-parter question, so we'll do the first part first and the second part second, because that works really well.
That's easy to make that work.
Good Lord. Can you tell that I'm sleep deprived? Is it really showing? Because I feel like
You're doing a good job, Chris. I can't believe you're doing this every flipping night. You're a trooper.
I feel like I'm falling all over myself tonight. Anyway, can you narrow down, or do you have a moment that you can look at to say that this was something stylistically that you were really proud of? Either it made somebody's moment that much more special, or you could really feel the gratification from, you know what I mean? Like, do you have a moment you can point to and go, that right there is why I continue to do what I do?
There's so many. When I have someone that's come in that's had a bad experience somewhere, or they've done something themselves, and I have this weird thing that I always do, I have for years, where when I'm finishing up, so especially if it's a big change, a lot of stylists would always have their client face to the mirror so they can see everything that's going on all the time, so they're never surprised or whatever. I like to tell people what's going on every step of the way, because I like to know if I'm a client, or if I'm at the dentist. I always say, like, what are you doing? What's that for? What's that going to do? I like to tell people, but, I also like to turn people away before I finish them. And there's been so many times where I've turned that person around, and the face, like, sometimes tears, sometimes just shock, just that they're so happy. And, I mean, how you look is so much of how you feel. I know it sounds trivial and vapid and shallow, but it's not, And I mean, I've had clients that have gone through cancer that have lost their hair, and I've had moments where I've had to have them in when the salon's closed and shave their head for them because they were losing big clumps and they didn't want anyone to see it. Those moments, like, it's making me teary now, you know?
Yeah.
Things like that. There's, from making someone so happy because they're just so pleased with how they look, or just sharing moments of sadness, but that I can be some sort of comfort.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now the second side of that question is, we've all seen it on every single sitcom, on every single comedy movie. The pretty girl walks by. Well, I guess in your case, it would be the handsome man walks by, and you quickly turn your head for a second, and the clippers go, and when you look back, little Jimmy has the giant patch cut out of the back of his head. Give me your story. I know you've got at least one. Give me the story.
Do I have to?
Yep.
Okay. So hopefully whoever this guy was, which was like, this was in my chain salon days, probably like 18 years ago. So hopefully whoever he is doesn't see this. If he does, he won't remember. Back when I first started, there's different ways of cutting hair and different ways of achieving the same thing. I don't know if you've ever watched like a really skilled barber kind of blend in a haircut, and they have the scissors and the comb, and it's like it just goes like crazy.
Yeah.
When I started out, they didn't teach us that at school properly. So they taught us when you're trying to blend, you shave the side, you cut the top, and you try to blend it together so there's no mushroom, right? When they first taught us, they said to use your comb and angle it, and then use your big clippers, like the big guys that you trim, you shave, with no guard, no attachment, no guide on it, and just go over it. Zip, zip, zip. So that's what I did. And I was finishing up this guy's haircut, and on the back of his head, all of a sudden I saw, there's a little bit of a long spot.
Oh, no.
Not thinking, hadn't put my guide back on. I went with my clipper down to the wood and went, and then went, but luckily I was smart enough. I didn't say anything like, oh my God, because no one wants to hear their hairdresser go, oh my God, or anything like that. I said to him, oh my gosh, did you ever have stitches or anything right here? Did you hurt your head once when you were little? And he's like, no, why? I said, you have like this little scar. So I don't know what he felt once his scar started regrowing hair, but I'm hoping it's fine after that. But like I said, 15 years ago, so
Yeah.
nobody be afraid. It's all good.
Well, but that's one of those things, like, you know, that's an innocent thing. You were learning, you were starting out. It's not like, you know, it's not like, well, I've been doing this for 58 years, and let me tell you, the other day,
Yeah.
yeah,
No.
I think,
I'm happy to say it's been a very, very long time, and there were very few incidents. So
yeah, you're forgiven. You're forgiven.
thank you.
And you're 100% right. There are very few professions, for example, bomb disposal, heart surgery, airline airline pilots, where you want to hear them say, "Oops." So you just don't want to hear those. And stylist would be right up there.
You kind of get used to looking at your fellow stylist and going, you know, I work in a shop with 8 other women who are fantastic professionals, and I would trust any of them with my head anytime. So we're good. Everyone's good who comes to our shop.
There you go. What's the most challenging thing someone has asked you to do? You know, that kind of, you went initially, maybe went, ooh, I don't know if I can do that, and then it turned out okay, or maybe not.
Well, I mean, there's kind of two sides to that. Like, sometimes people ask you to do things that aesthetically you're not cool with. You know, they show you a picture of Kelly Clarkson from 1999, and you go, ooh. But at the end of the day, the customer is the customer, and if that's what she wants, that's what she wants. And I mean, I've cut some gnarly mullets, but they were the best mullet you ever had cut. Like, that was the best cut mullet ever. It's not for me to tell you if your aesthetic is okay or not, you know? What you think looks nice on you, cool, do that. I'm not going to do something to your hair that is going to damage it or, you know, fry it off.
Yeah.
Basically, I don't care if you want to look crazy. That's your look, and you want to own that and love that, cool. I'll make you the best crazy look you could ever want, and, you know, great. But there has been people that have asked us to do things that we know would be detrimental to their hair, that might fry it off. You know, and, you know, this girl said they could do it, and I saw this on Pinterest. Pinterest is like Google to doctors, Pinterest to hairstylists. And you go to the I Googled it. When a girl comes in with a picture from Pinterest, like, it's nice to have a visual, but, like, no, you can't have white blonde with a root. No, because that's not, you know. But anyways, I digress. But yeah, we're not, you know, people have asked us to do things that are going to be damaging, and we just say no. Because if you want to go down the street to someone else who said, well, she said she'll do it, well, then let her do it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to be responsible for ruining your hair. Like I said, I'll be responsible for giving you the best, tightest mullet you ever wanted, but I'm not going to fry your hair off just because you think you saw it on Pinterest.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Do you remember the first time that you had to, and again, we don't need to get into specifics or people or the reasons or anything like that, but the first time that you ever had to uncomfortably tell someone, I really can't do this for you right now? You know, it's one of those weird things where, you know, sometimes people hygienically are not up to snuff, and they feel like it's just okay to go to the hairstylist. And how do you approach that? And what kind of, like, you know, what kind of tack do you have to take where because you run the risk very easily of offending someone and making sure they're never going to come back, which I guess in some cases might be okay. But how do you deal with that exactly?
You know, this is a really good question, because I've worked with a lot of people who've had that issue, whether it be because, like you said, of hygienic issues, or maybe sometimes the client is just, it doesn't matter what you do, they're not going to be happy with you. It's just, sometimes it's something within themselves. Like, a lot of times I've come across clients where, you know, and this is, let me say, I've never had to fire a client. I haven't actually had that situation myself where I had to say, no, I can't do this. Luckily, I'm made of pretty tough stuff, and sometimes I have actually helped other stylists that had that issue and said, look, let me take them. Let me see if I can kind of intervene here. But there are certain types of people who say they have a lot going on in their life, in their family, whatever, they don't have control over. So people try to take control of things they can control, and then they can't control that either. So I have a particular client who has had a lot of trouble with her home, her mother, you know, being a caretaker for seniors, that kind of thing. And she is quite a handful as far as changing her mind back and forth, asking for one thing, getting it, doesn't want it, this, that, and the other. I think I don't know what it is about me that I'm able to kind of deal with that. But sometimes, like I said, people can't control what's in their life, so they try to control this, thinking that there's something in control, which they can't. But I've been really lucky. Like, I know there's a lot of people that have had that issue where it's like, okay, I have to divorce this client. Like, this is not working.
Yeah.
And Work With Girls had to say to the client, like, okay, I'm really sorry, but I don't seem to be able to make you happy. Maybe you should go to someone else. I luckily haven't had that issue in 20 years, which is, I think, amazing.
That's great.
Maybe one of my kids will be like able to say, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, you did, but I can't think of one.
You know, a lot of times we think, you know, going back to what you said, you know, you won't do something where you can, you know, damage somebody's hair or something like that. But, you know, a lot of us feel like we have a pretty good sense of who we are when we're totally wrong about that. You know, how difficult is it for you to have somebody like, let's take me, for example. You know, we're very attached to the looks that we create for ourselves, right? So clearly I have the Hagrid, mountain man, 1970s beach boy, I don't understand the concept of personal hygiene thing going on. And, you know, I tend to think that look, what's that? Sorry?
It's Viking chic. Come on.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Viking chic / unkempt woodsman.
Yeah.
You know, and I tend to think that this is okay for me, but, you know, clearly I could be and probably am horribly wrong. So what would you say, you know, to somebody like me if I walked in and said, help?
Are you talking to you or just like somebody?
Well, we can make this personal. Go ahead. Give it to me. I can take it.
You know what? I mean, I've known you for a few years now, so I know your personality, and I know that you don't need help. Your look is your personality too. It goes with who you are. You know, you know what I mean? It's not like you just forgot how to get a haircut. Like, this is all part of you. It matches your soul. So for you, I wouldn't be like, oh, you need this. If someone came in that I didn't know and they were unkempt, quote unquote, and said help, then I would help them. But I wouldn't be brash about it. I'd be like, well, okay, well, what do you mean?
Yeah.
You know, you have to have conversations. That's why there's always a consultation. What do you mean help you? What's the matter? And I don't usually say, what is it that you want? I usually say, what is it that you don't want? What is it that you don't like? Because there's a million things that I could help you with, but I need to know what you would not be happy with before going any further.
Right. So do you ever have people? So let's just keep it on this example for a second, because it's easy, because I'm pretty self-effacing and I can take it. What if I walked in like this, and I said, you know, I've been rocking the Viking chic look for quite some time now, and I think it's probably time to change. How comfortable do you need to be in terms of recommending a change? Like, what would you tell me, for example, and what degree of comfort does that come with? Do you look at that like you're a sculptor looking at a piece of marble that you're going to actually, you know, shape for the first time, or is there like I guess.
Yeah,
explain that process.
No, I don't look at it as a sculptor. I look at it as more of like a plastic surgeon. A sculptor would just see a slab of marble that has no feeling, no personality, no care, and just do whatever the heck I want to it. Whereas like a plastic surgeon, I might say to you, okay, Chris, you want to change. What is it that you want to change? Is there anything that you would not want to get rid of? Is there anything that really is part of you that makes you you that you need to keep?
Fair enough. Okay. Reasonable. I noticed, by the way, that there haven't been a ton of styling suggestions coming at me, so I'm going to continue to rock the Viking chic look for a while. Let's
because seriously, if you were asking me,
yes, I'm asking. This is me. I'm just a boy standing in front of a stylist asking her to style him.
How long is your hair right now? I can't see how long it is at the back.
It's pretty long. It goes past my shoulders.
Okay, that's not long. Yours has been longer, yeah.
Yeah, but we cut off a bunch of. I've been told that I had split dead ends, which I think is just girl talk for things that don't actually exist, and they just want to cut my hair. But
totally exists. But anyway, that's a whole nother. But no, if I were you, I would keep the mustache, the beard, everything. I would just keep it a little tamer. Maybe get some nice beard oil or whatever, make it all smell lovely, and keep it kind of tame. And I think just past the shoulders is good. You've got some curl, so that's nice. Maybe a little product. But I think what you're doing, I mean, I think you look great. It's not, you don't look unkempt and all that stuff. not at all.
All right. Well, folks, you heard it from a professional. What I'm doing is working. So for all of you naysayers, it's working. I just need
No one's ever going to book an appointment with me ever again.
So, Sarah, if you had to point to one particular place in time that was the downfall of your career, would it be appearing on this program? Is that where you would? Yikes. Let's turn this into turn it away from the business side of things, and let's talk a little personally, if you don't mind. It doesn't have to be extremely personal, but you did go. You did go through a health scare a little while ago, and thankfully you came out on the right side of things, which is fantastic. And congratulations for that continued success.
Mm-hmm.
How difficult is it for you right now in terms of being willing and able to go to places where people are gathering, like grocery stores or things like that, knowing that, because you've had these health risks in the past, that you could be coming from a place of, being more compromised than someone else?
I mean, I don't really know because, maybe I don't know enough about it, but luckily, this past February, I was 3 years clear as far as they're almost calling me cured more than even in remission anymore. So I've had 3 years of clean checkups. So I don't really know what that means for my immunity. Maybe I should know more about it. I know that ever since I did have a lot of radiation and chemotherapy, my body's not as strong as it used to be. I used to be one of those people that, I'd lift something and people go, whoa, how'd you lift that? And I'd be like, I'm strong like bull, And now I'm like, oh my God. So I know that it took a toll on my body, but I don't seriously what my immune system looks like at this point. I'm not sure. If I was currently in chemo still, I'd be really scared. But like when I go out to the stores and stuff, I don't go near people. I'm very, if I have to cross somebody in the aisle, I'll go to the next one. I'm very aware of that, but I don't wear masks. Yeah. I do a lot of hand sanitizer and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. What is something that, or what is the thing, or maybe just something, maybe you have more than one thing, that you miss the most from a few months ago when we could just go out and do whatever we wanted?
My clients, my coworkers. I've worked at the salon I'm at now for 7 years, and I'm very lucky that we're not a bunch of catty jerks. We're sisters. We really are. We're a family. I talk to those girls about things I wouldn't talk to anybody about. So I miss them a lot. And then just simple things. Like, it used to be like, oh, I'm just going to run to the store. Oh, I forgot something. I'm just going to run back. Now it's like, oh, I'm not going back again. It's too big a deal. Like the hand washing and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But mostly it's human contact. It's being with my coworkers. It's being with my clients. Asking how their kids are. That are kids I've known since they were babies, and now they're, going to college. Like, just the human, the human half of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are people that are really kind of struggling to find themselves in this new normal that we are currently living in. And I'm just wondering, in order to maybe give somebody else a hand with that, has there been something that, to your surprise, having to be isolated and be, with your thoughts as much as you have to be, has there been something that, to your surprise, has been comforting or joyful about that maybe you can let other people know that it's not necessarily always this kind of panic to fill that time?
Well, I have been talking, I was born in England, and so my cousins that are my age are still over there. So I have been doing the whole FaceTime thing with them, which I could have done before, but all of a sudden it's become, on trend.
Yeah.
So now I'm contacting family that I didn't contact before. Also, this is a weird point, but I've struggled with some things in the last couple of years that I struggled with kind of on my own. Now that I'm not able to just go out and hide and do whatever, and I'm at home with family, where everyone knows what everyone's doing, I've made some good strides as far as not doing some of the destructive things that I would have done before, because now I'm in front of everyone.
Yeah.
And people might know what I'm talking about, some people might not, but sometimes being in close quarters with people that care about you is pretty helpful if you tend to hide things. if
Yeah.
you tend to try to be secretive. Like sometimes it's good to be all out there in front of people that love you.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Sarah, I want to thank you so much for being willing to talk with us and have the conversation. You know, that you hit it right on the head, you know, in terms of talking to your family. That I don't know why my lights keep going out. Come on, lights, come back on. God, what is this, an amateur show? There we go. Oh, look, we're back. And now what was I saying? Oh, yeah. The part of this is, you know, the ability just to be able to, you know, see another human being and talk to them and share a laugh and share a tear or share an emotion or a story or whatever. It's that fundamental social thing that we crave as human beings, right? So I'm really glad that you were able to make the time to talk to us, and you know, just from being able to catch up one friend to another. I think it's been really nice, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you so much. It was so nice talking to you.
Yeah, well, thanks. I want to leave you with the last question that I've been trying to ask everybody, and I didn't ask it to the last couple guests, but I want to ask you, and that is, you know, we all know the rules, we know what we've been told to do and things like that, but just on your own kind of personal opinion, what do you think people right now in this current time we're living in, what do you think people should be doing or shouldn't be doing, or if we are doing something, could we be doing a better job of it?
This might isolate or ingratiate some people. I'm kind of down with the Rob Ford kind of thing. Wear your mask, stay 6 feet away, do what the government's telling you. It sucks for us all. We're all losing money. We're all losing time with our friends and family. But, you know, being myself, someone that did go through cancer, having close friends that have family members right now that are very immunosuppressed and going through the same kind of things, you know, is your bang trim more important than my friend's husband's life? You know, do what you got to do. Kind of listen to what they're telling you. Don't watch too many YouTube videos, and yeah, that's all I can say.
And if you could give someone who's watching this right now, or in the future, you know, if they're really struggling right now, trying to find ways that they can fill this time, or ways that maybe they're having a problem being emotionally centered or spiritually centered or physically present, you know, what kind of advice can you give them in terms of, you know, how to help them make it through, I guess? Or if that's too heavy of a question, what current trend do you see happening right now that you would want to continue to happen in the future as we come out the other side of this?
If that's too heavy of a question, let me ask you another heavy question.
Yes, well, it's the least of those two.
If people that are having a hard time emotionally and being centered and all that kind of thing, you know, the FaceTime does help. If you don't live with your family directly, it is difficult. You do need to do the FaceTime. You need to do the phone calls. But you know what else? Go to the driveway. See each other face to face. You know, go, you know, lay in the grass. Go into the forest. Touch plants. Touch anything that's, you know, living and breathing if you can't touch another living, breathing person. But try to do the FaceTime. Do the phone calls. I mean, I've suffered anxiety and depression most of my life, and it's hard. But you know, as I've always told everyone, the longer you stay in bed under the covers, the harder it is to ever come out. So even if you're by yourself, going down a trail, sitting in the grass, looking at the sky, saying, look at that, it's a blue sky, that's green trees, you know, it's going to be all right. It really is.
See, there you go. And that's why I knew I wanted to ask that question and leave it there, because that was the best possible answer I think we could have gotten. Thank you, Sarah, so much for being a part of this. And for having the conversation. I really, really appreciate it. And please, when we're done, if you wouldn't mind, in the comments to the video, just put some links where people can, you know, check out where you'll be doing when I'm not going to say if, when you eventually go back to it, you know, check out where they can have you help them look fabulous.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. We'll talk soon.
Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, so good. So good. What a nice person. All right. Well, we are going to play a tune that came to us by way of Mr. Denny Basterish. And then we are going to get back to some more music. And then we're almost done. We got about a half an hour left. So I'm hoping we're going to make it. I'm feeling good about it. I'm feeling good. I mean, I was so tired when we started this thing. You have no idea. And I'm still pretty tired. So we'll see where we go from here. But in the meantime, this is Mr. Denny Basterish with a song called Our Family Tree.
Leaves of a tree lay the roots to its soul. Take to the soil and make it a home. Come late September, leaves fall to the ground. In early spring, the new buds come around. It's the life cycle of our family tree. We lay down the elders, share memories. For I am my father is me. Cherish our friends, but first come family. For I am my father is me. Cherish our friends, but first come family. The old photograph that hangs on the wall of our forefathers who started it all. They worked the land and planted the seeds that took to the soil for families to feed. It's the life cycle of our family tree. Lay down the elders, share memories. For I am my father is me. Cherish our friends, but first come family. For I am my father is me. Cherish our friends, but first come family. And then the world had its second war. The battle was fierce like never before. They bombed Pearl Harbor and they bombed Peggy, and we stuck together to see victory. It's the life cycle of our family tree. Lay down the elders and share memories. For I am my father is me. We cherish our friends, but first come family. For I am my father is me. Cherish our friends, but first come family. For I am my father is me. We cherish our friends, but first come family.
What a lovely sentiment. And you know what? I do have one more thing that I want to play. I was kind of waiting for this, and I think there was some weird thing that happened on the channels here where it wasn't updating properly, and I hope that that's now been fixed. But Josh Pasco and his wife sent along a YouTube link for one of the things that they do with Fresh Breath, and I want to absolutely play this for you. So you can get an idea of how wonderful these folks are and why every time I get a chance to go see them, I make a point to do so. Let me just, sorry, this is one of those things where if I had a production assistant, it would make things so much easier. All right, this is a tune called Make It Together by Fresh Breath. Right here on the Face to Facebook Livecast.
What if one day everything you knew just changed? Your family and your home suddenly rearranged. And what if all the things you dreamed of everything that remains. But just the little things in life, oh, to necessitate. Wouldn't make you happy. Oh, and oh, to treat you right. Or would you be wishing for another life? If life's what you make of it, then let's make it together. No use making sense of it, hard to predict, just like the weather. If life's what you make of it, then let's make it together. No use making sense of it, hard to predict, just like the weather. You bend and squeeze to drink your mind, sense to be compared to anyway. What if nothing was real at all? Just a dream recall. Oh, a dream recall. Oh. If life's what you make of it, then let's make it together. No use making sense of it, hard to predict, just like the weather. If life's what you make of it, then let's make it together. No use making sense of it, hard to predict, just like the weather. What if one day
Lovely. Wasn't that lovely? I thought it was lovely. Well, I'm going to do this tune for you now. And it's normally on guitar, but I'm going to try it on piano. Because I can. Look at that. Here we go.
No one knows what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man behind blue eyes. No one knows what it's like to be hated, to be faded, to telling only lies. But my dreams, they are as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. My love is vengeance, it's never free. No one knows what it's like to feel these feelings like I do. And I blame you. No one bites back as hard on their anger. None of my pain and woe can show through. But my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. My love is vengeance, it's never free. My fist clenches, crack it open before I lose it and lose my cool. When I smile, please tell me some bad news before I act and act like a fool. if I swallow anything evil, put your finger down my throat. And if I shiver, please give me a blanket. Keep me warm and let me wear your coat. What it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man behind blue eyes.
Fun. All right. I mentioned this song a little while ago. I believe it was to Courtney Wells, and then to somebody. I think it was Sarah Smith as well. And this is a song that it's so beautiful, and it desperately needs a female counterpart. So you're not going to hear the best version of it from me, but I'm going to do my version of it anyway, and that's all that counts. That's all that's important here. Let's get a beat going, because we can certainly do a beat for this guy. Beautiful song.
Leaves were falling just like embers, in colors red and gold. They set us on fire, burning just like a moonbeam in our eyes. Somebody said they saw me swinging the world by a tail, bouncing over a white cloud, killing the blue. Now I'm guilty of something I hope you never do, because there is nothing sadder than losing yourself in love. Somebody said they saw me swinging the world by the tail, bouncing over a white cloud, killing the blues. just to leave you. Go out on my own and get what I need to. You want me to find what I've already had. Somebody said they saw me gaining the world by the tail, bouncing over a white cloud, killing the blue. Somebody said they saw me swinging the world by a tail, bouncing over a white cloud, killing the blues.
Love that tune. That was Robert Plant and Alison Krauss doing a song called Killing the Blues, which if you haven't heard it, I heartily recommend it. It's absolutely fantastic. And yes, Sarah Blanchard. It did sound like the beginning of Nikita almost. Oh, Mr. David Michael wants to hear some Peter Gabriel. Yeah, we can do that. For sure we can. And one of my all-time favorite Peter Gabriel songs. Deep-a-deep-deep-doo. Well, we need to be able to do a beat for it. And we got a little weird thing happening there, but I think it's, for the most part, it's all right. We're all among friends here.
The wretched desert takes its form, the jackal proud and tight. In search of you, I feel my way through the slowest heaving night. Whatever fear invents, I swear it makes no sense. I reach out through the border fence, come down, come talk to me. In the swirling, curling storm of desire, unuttered words hold fast. With the reptile tongue, the lightning lashes, towers built to last. Darkness creeps in like a thief and offers no relief. Why are you shaking like a leaf? Come on, come talk to me. Oh, please talk to me. Won't you please talk to me? We can unlock this misery. Come on, come talk to me. I did not come to steal. This all is so unreal. Can you show me how you feel now? Come on, come talk to me. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. The earthly power, suck shadow and melt from sleepy tears undone. From nippled skin, as smooth as silk, the bugles blow as one. You lie there with your eyes half closed, like there's no one there at all. There's a tension pulling on your face. Come on, come talk to me. Won't you please talk to me? If you just talk to me, unblock this misery. If you'd only talk to me, don't you ever change your mind. Now your future's so defined, and you act so deaf, so blind. Come on, come talk to me. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. Can imagine a moment breaking out through the silence, all the things that we both might say, and the heart will not be denied till we're both on the same damn side, all the barriers blown away. I said, please talk to me. Won't you please come talk to me, just like it used to be. Come on, come talk to me. I did not come to steal. This all is so unreal. Can you show me how you feel now? Come on, come talk to me. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. I said, please talk to me. If you just talk to me, we can unblock this misery. If you'd only talk to me, well, don't you ever change your mind. Now your future's so defined, and you act so deaf, so blind. Come on, come talk to me. Come talk to me. Come talk to me.
Yeah. That was a very nice. All right. By a suggestion from David Michael. Thank you, David Michael. That was great. I love that tune. I like that tune so much. It makes me happy. Well, let's do this one. We haven't done this one in forever. Forever. And we can do a beat for it as well. a second loop we can do here, which is a faster loop. That'll come in halfway through the song. You'll get it. Everybody knows this song.
We both lie silent still in the dead of the night. Although we both lie close together, a few miles apart inside. Was it something I did or something I said? Did my words not come out right? Though I tried not to hurt you, though I tried, but I guess that's why they say the rose has its thorn, just like every night has its dawn, just like every cowboy sings a sad, sad song. Every rose has its thorn. Listen to a favorite song, it's playing on the radio. I hear the DJ say he loves a game of easy come and easy go. But I wonder, does he know? Has he ever felt like this? And I know that you'd be here right now if I could have let you know somehow. I guess every rose has its thorn, just like every night has its dawn, just like every cowboy sings a sad, sad song. But every rose has its thorn. Though it's been a while now, I can still feel so much pain. The knife that cuts you, the wound heals, but the scar, that scar remains. No one could have saved our love that night if I know what to say. Instead of making love, we both made us separate ways. And now I hear you found somebody new, and that I never meant that much to you. Well, to hear that tears me up inside, and to see you cuts me like a knife. I guess every rose has its thorn, just like every night has its dawn, just like every cowboy sings a sad, sad song. Every rose has its thorn.
Loses something without the guitar, maybe. I don't know. That's one of those easy songs. It's easy to pull off. Doesn't always sound great, but it's easy to pull off. All right. Let's do one more tune, and then we're going to call it a night, because I am so flippin' tired. I just want to collapse. And you know, it's just the fact that it's the heat. It's this heat wave that we have now suddenly found. I know it's summer. I know I need to get off my grumpy, it's too hot high horse, and I unfortunately let my sleep-deprivedness and my grumpiness over the heat affect my relationships with those on the interior of the house, and so I must go make amends for that. I was a little cranky. I was a cranky son of a bitch. I think I'm strong enough to admit it. I was a little bit of a bear, and I need to go and make that right, because I think I just kind of lashed out. Anyway, one of those things, right? If you could turn back time, said Cher. I want to do this one. I did it on Thursday because Corey reminded me of it. And I just think it's a really cool song. And it's the perfect way to end the night. It's about the right length. And, yeah. It's a fun tune. It's an old Paul Simon tune, but it's fun.
Sun is shining like a red rubber ball. Red
love that tune. Red Rubber Ball, Paul Simon, long time ago, made the most famous by a band called The Circle, Cyrcle. And no, David, it wasn't your fault with the website. It was the stupid weather's fault for making it so I couldn't sleep more than a couple of minutes all night. Anyway, neither here nor there. Thank you so much to my guests for hanging out and chatting with everyone. Thank you guys for hanging out and chatting with me. I feel like it was kind of a slow night, but that's all right. I was feeling kind of slow tonight, so that works out very well. We'll have some more fresh guests on tomorrow. Hopefully some more new fresh music as well. Definitely replay some of the little gems we've gotten in the past few days, like that Fresh Breath tune was just fantastic. And yeah, that's all I really have to say. I'm not going to draw it out very long. We've hit the 5-hour mark, so we can officially call it good. Going to end the show the same way we end all the other shows, and that is be well, be happy, and be kind to each other. It's only human, and it takes no extra effort to do so. So do the human thing and be decent. And nobody wins unless everybody wins, and we will see you on the morrow.